make them my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first. I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse. Wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy. Sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Fashions just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the type that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Who gon' me gotta stay winning. To be so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. What? Yeah. Put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning. But I don't save, I spend it. Now a little hoe for the point. I should put a bar in that cannon. Pull a full outfit, then on. All of my medals I bet on. Winning for a painful net. Got out there with no pennies. He said to finish Spanish. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Ride a lot of sash, your pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right, nigga, need a mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance, I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, and cave in my chest in. This life is a test, man. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, know I'm the best, man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Fashions just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the type that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Who gon' me gotta stay winning. To be so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. What? Yeah, put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Now I love hope for the opponent. I should put a bar in that cannon. Pull up for outfit dinner. All of my medals I bet on. When it for painful net, got out there with no pennies. It's time to finish Spanish. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Ride a lot of sash, your pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right nigga, need a mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, with all my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a test, man. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, know I'm the best, man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, yeah. This is an investment, it's a first. I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanting everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it, it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Fashions just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the tight that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Who go me gotta stay winning. To be so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch, bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. What? Yeah. Put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Now I love hope for the opponent. I should put a bar in that cannon. Pull up for outfit dinner. All of my medals I bet on. When it for painful net, got out there with no pennies. It's time to finish Spanish. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Ride a lot of sash, your pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right nigga, need a mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, with all my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a test, man. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit. Yeah. I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Fashions just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the type that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. What? Yeah. Put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Ooh, now a little hoe finna put it. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, pull up full outfit, then on. Ooh, all of my medals I bet on. When it full painful, yeah. Got out there with no pennies. It's time to finish spinach. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Dennis. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Ride a lot of sash, pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right nigga, need a mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, and cave in my chest. This life is a testament. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Mind you, if I say it, it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Fashions just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the type that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. What? Yeah. Put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Ooh, now a little hoe finna put it. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, pull up full outfit, then on. Ooh, all of my medals I bet on. When it full painful, yeah. Got out there with no pennies. It's time to finish spinach. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Dennis. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Ride a lot of sash, pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right nigga, need a mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance, I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, I'm caving my chest in. This life is a test, man. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, know I'm the best, man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple serves, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it, it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis is trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the type that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Who gon' me gotta stay winning. To be so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. What? Yeah. Put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning. Ooh, but I don't save, I spend it. Ooh, now I love hoe for the point. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, pull a full outfit, then on. Ooh, all of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net. Got out there with no pendants. It's time to finish Spanish. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Ride a lot of sash, your pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right nigga, need a mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. You don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance, I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, I'm caving my chest in. This life is a test, man. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, know I'm the best, man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple serves, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it, it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis is trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist. I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the tight that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. What? Yeah, put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Ooh, now a little hoe for the opponent. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, pull a full outfit, then on. All of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net, got out there with no pendants. Finish spinach. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Ride a lot of sash, your pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right nigga, need a mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. You don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a test, man. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, know I'm the best, man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah. This is an investment, it's a first. I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. My verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis is trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist. I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the tight that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. What? Yeah, put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Ooh, now a little hoe for the opponent. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, pull a full outfit, then on. All of my medals I bet on.
Hello and welcome to Toronto Ultra, the Northern Rivals number 4, our final Northern Rivals event. And of course, we have some of the best talent in Canada coming together, facing off for $5,000. I'm Shyway. I'm joined by Austin, better known as Visions. Visions, we got a lot of COD matches to cast today. Are you looking forward to them? Any new, kind of arrivals? What do you think about these teams we got this today?
Yeah, so I'm very excited. I think for the main reason is like we're at that peak form for a lot of the amateur players because we're coming in towards what is the end of the the Modern Warfare season. So a lot of these individuals that we have on some of these teams, like Team Saga, like Team 6, have been able to solidify themselves as some of the top amateurs in the scene already. So the fact that we're getting the clash within Canada, I think is going to make for one heck of a way to close off Northern Rivals number 4. But for teams to watch for, I mean, as we get ourselves in towards it and as we start looking at some of them, I mean, Saga for sure, they're the team that's won the most, going back under a couple of different team names, but the core roster here, Exotic, Royalty, Diamondcon, a lot of these guys, obviously, that have been able to find a lot of success. 47 as well. He's won every single Northern Rivals this far on a couple of different teams. So that's the one team. I think the next one here, Team 6, with Hauler, Flawless, Pharma, Goodnight, and Cilantro. These are probably the team that's going to give them the best run. And they're about to clash right in the winners final right now. But there's a couple loser bracket teams I think that could make a run for 3rd/4th. And I think those games will also be pretty close as well.
Right. So you said it. These first two teams here, 6 and Saga, will be kicking off our matches today in Winterside Finals. All the best players, I believe, are on these two rosters. You did mention the potential threats of a couple of the rosters. I remember earlier you talked about Team Madness being one as well. You got Luan, you got Twix, you got Grundy, Zesty, and Macapacas on there as well. And they're currently on loser side. So maybe a shot to make a comeback a little later in the tournament. But there are some other notable teams to pay attention to, of course, as well.
Yeah, keep fighting, I think, is the other one. Honestly, when you get to that loser semifinal, I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be Keep Fighting up against Team Madness. That would be my prediction coming out of both of those loser quarterfinal matches. And, Team Madness, a team that did end up finishing 3rd, at the second Northern Rivals. They had themselves a fantastic run and upset a couple of teams that I don't think expected them to be able to do what they did. And there is, I think, maybe a little bit of just underestimation, coming through for some of these players on that team in particular. So I expect that team to go up against Keep Fighting, who's Scuffy, Audio, I believe Storm's on that team as well. So some pretty well-known locals within the Toronto scene. And those guys are going to be fighting for, I think, 3rd/4th for the most part here for as far as what we're going to get. This winners final, though, this one's up in the air for me, Shyway, because the simple reason is because we saw the winners final last time around, and we just saw a really strong performance come out of people like Flawless, like Goodnight, like Pharma, that were able to just shut down some of these players that could be considered professional, right? Could be pulled in towards the CDL roster. Very, very possible, especially with the way Diamondcon, I think, has been playing in particular. This is probably the most improved challenger player across like the entire scene for me, where, he was starting out with top 32s, top 16s, and now he's won himself the Challengers Cup number 5 for himself here on 6th gear, and has also been able to have just strong performances. So this one's really up in the air. I think that it's favorited for Saga, but Team 6 could do exactly what they did in the last tournament, which is just pull off an upset, come out with flair. And if they're going to do it, they have to find that flair in the very first map.
Right. They need to build up that momentum right away. And that said, we do have our maps pool. I believe we will be getting into it shortly, but we will be kicking it off, of course, with Ramaza Hardpoint. So as far as gaining that momentum early on, do you think either one of these teams has a favor coming into this? Like, you think this would be a strong map for 6 or Saga?
I don't know if they'll necessarily be like an advantage for either a team. I think the only advantage that is naturally here is Diamondcon and Royalty are now teammates. Like, Diamondcon got picked up towards Triumph here and is now teaming with Royalty, who has also had a lot of success. So I think that you maybe give a slight edge just simply due to some of the chemistry already being there. And the only chemistry I have here for Team 6 is really just going to be Flawless and Goodnight. But nonetheless, we'll see if that chemistry comes together for us as we're kicking it off, ladies and gentlemen. Saga and 6 going to be the winners final to see who will advance to the grand final as we kick things off into our P1 hill. Already nice early control coming through a red. They will have the favorite side of the spawn moving into electronic shop, so it's really up to Saga to see if they can move in and find the break.
Absolute onslaught in the center of this map. Of course, in this P1 hill, you got all 5 players, especially on red side, pushing up and just trying to take control. And it looks like they do have that early control to kick things off. Of course, 13, 14 seconds and counting. And this is good for red. This is good for 6, who will want to be controlling this side of the map spawns, getting ready for P2 as well. You can already see that on the bottom of the map there, too. Number 8, who's just kind of fighting off some of those players on the P2 side. And I love what Exotic's doing to back off everyone and ensure they get all the time here. You can see a bit of a flank from Royalty coming around also. So great opening start here, 36 and counting, and they've got themselves well set up to move over to P2 shortly.
That's exactly the problem. That gunfire that just happened in Electronic Shop does end up being one for Farm, but he's got no support with him. And you're fighting for the last 8 seconds on the bridge hill, which should end up going over for us. So it is looking just a little bit scary here, like you said, for the early start. They grab a couple of seconds, but they need to win this rotation. And Royalty is reading it perfectly. He moves back up towards the van, make sure no one's going to be able to slip through. They still have that close spawn, but we will see at least a big kill here from Tom. Not sure what player actually is under the actual name here, but he's going to be able to at least find the double in towards the back here, and that will make things that much more difficult for us. But also heads up, I think we did have a flip on for as far as the actual teams that should be back to normal. So Saga now on the right, they're controlling Electronic Shop, and they are running away with this one right now, Shyway.
Yeah, absolute dominance in the start of this game. It does look like we have a couple players on 6 trying to make a flank into Electronic Shop, but ultimately just the pressure, the defense coming out from Cushpoint and team right now to hold it down, diving in with that the pistol as well, and he will get taken down, of course. And it just makes me think of how the spawns are kind of set up in the beginning of this game. The double dilemma that 6 has to worry about, both making it to P1 and trying to get to the opposite side of the map to ready themselves for P2, just seems like it's put them at a huge disadvantage going into this game. And all this free time that they're now giving up to ready themselves for P3 and hopefully stop the bleeding partway through here.
This is absolutely, terrifying right now if you're Team 6, if you're a fan of Team 6, because usually what happens is if you can't break the Electronic Shop, you're like, all right, we're going to handshake and we're just going to move towards the barbershop and we're going to lock down and set up and trade to 60 points. That's what usually happens, but somehow, some way, Saga dominate the second hill. They make this the perfect rotation here in towards the barbershop where Diamondcon's picking up 3 pieces. You can just really see it on the scoreboard right now. I mean, Flawless, really slow start, 1 at 8. Goodnight right behind them, 1 and 7. So you have a couple of players that only have 1 kill moving in towards your third rotation, and it's just obviously now reflecting perfectly on the scoreboard. They will find a small break where 30 seconds should end up going over, so finally they're going to get themselves past 10 points, but there's obviously a lot more work that has to be done, and Royalty reads the spawns perfectly again, and we'll see if they can find themselves a break into construction.
Starting to think, what is going on here for Team 6, just struggling to get their footing, and finally they got something, but of course making their way over to P4, getting ready for this next hard point, about to change hands. They're going to have to control this one next, and 47, of course, doing a great job flanking through here. Another teammate with them to clean up that kill, and just the pressure comes in yet again. He's already ready with the defense. They got the first initial points, and this just goes to show how well Saga is rotating on these P4, all these points mid-game here to just maintain that lead.
Royalty up top. Going to try and control this P2 area, rather platform, and this will be a 2-piece for him. Beautifully done, 12 and 4. He's on a 7-3, by the way. Is he going to find 8? Finally, it's going to be Tom, I believe, Cilantro under that name. We'll be able to find the kill, but you still haven't broken the hill. So we're going to see Saga, what could actually be breaking 200 points, moving in towards the first set of rotations on Ramon's Hardpoint. Don't think I've seen that this far in towards the Modern Warfare season, but it's looking very, very possible for us as everybody is just firing on all cylinders. Double positive. Diamondcon's even bringing out some of the perfect kill time here for his squad. 7 and 4, hasn't actually had the chance to drop them any kills because his teammates have just been slaying everything out around them. And this will be another rotation. Looks like we will see at least a bit of control, not completely one on rotation here for the side of 6, but they need to get themselves some serious time. It all starts with the Ruins Hill, and look who touches it first. It's Saga. They move in. It's off the back end of Exotic, finding a couple of massive kills to allow them entry in towards the hill itself. And this has just been very sloppy play so far from Team 6. I don't think that they're ready, and it is definitely starting to show here as nobody is just able to keep up with all the players that are currently slaying on Saga.
Definitely looking like a bit of a blunder from Team 6 right here. They don't even have the spawns anymore, I believe. Also, you can see the Reds rotating through, getting control of those back spawns nearby in the hill, and we have a bit of a fight, of course, breaking down in the center here, but no real control. They were set up in advance, and they still were unable to maintain control. I've seen 6 make comebacks before. We saw these players come back in the last tournament, so I feel like this is, of course, possible. We're just getting started here, but this is it's a pretty rough look to kick things off. A lot of pressure coming out from Saga early on, really making a statement to the start of this game.
They sure are, and this will at least be scrap time picked up, and that's the only real time they've been getting off of these hills. It's just been the scraps and the crumbs, and Saga is absolutely okay with that. They'll move towards the bridge where they should be able to see the 200 points unless there is a big break, and Flawless heating himself up a bit with a double. That's a big entry kill from Cilantro, who will be able to get himself in. Flawless now on a bit of a spree. So this is what you needed at the start of the game. They will at least find themselves the break, as this will be a good time to try and fight for, but you have to look towards the spawns and the rotations. They have not won too many rotations so far through these hard points, and that's really been the difference maker so far. And as we talk about P1 also not being in complete take control here. There's still this time's up for grabs, but Pharma is going to make the long rotation towards the back. Finally, they should be able to lock things down for P2, but if you're Saga right now, Shyway, you can simply play for the remaining scrap time on these hills and grab yourself, 20, 15 seconds, because you're so close to closing up the game. You're getting closer and closer to 250.
All that scrap time is just money for Saga at this point. I do see Six kind of creeping their way back, winning some of these exchanges, making some points in these hills, but it's not going to matter if Saga keeps chipping away. They're already making it closer to that 250 point mark. You can see players like Tom here in the electric shop just looking for defense. He cannot afford to go down quickly, and it's happening so fast. They just lose their lives. No real way to defend at this point, and if they can't do this, of course, it's going to be all she wrote. All this scrap time, like we said, all in the favor of Saga.
We'll see at least a small break in the setup, not completely broken. They're still going to control the spawns in towards the back with Saga pushing through P1 and getting that construction control. But 3 members now set up inside. 47 looking for the entries, only able to grab himself 1. Evan with the shutdown. That is Haller. Haller will combine for 2 in a row to make sure that they do try and hold on towards it. And looks like the scrap time might end up going over here for us. If you take a look at that mini map, it looks like Flawless does manage to grab himself 2. So scrap time 1 here for 6. They will be able to get themselves close towards that 100-point mark, but there's still so much work to be able to be done. And if we remember this hill last time, it was a full 60, but we didn't have player 1 in the back. Goodnight is playing this perfectly. He has a chance to be able to flip these spawns out, win the rotation, and it's really going to be all on him to see if they can try and salvage this barbershop hill.
Goodnight really looking to help cut his team's losses here just by sitting all the way in the back. He's waiting for a good opportunity to make this sneaky play, and honestly, probably waiting for the communication from his teammates to push in from the other side. But look at the kill feed, all red here. Everyone going down on blue side, and unfortunately, it looks like that strategy didn't quite work out. That is more free time on the side of Saga. Of course, we're getting down to the final 10 seconds as they pass that 240 mark. It's looking like it's out of control.
Looking like it might come to an end right here. Cilantro, last little chance of hope from the side door. They do manage to break from the front. They have to hold just about every single second here. Only 6 points has to go over, and the call might be made for Saga to hit this to see if they can get themselves in. Goodnight with some big gunfights will get help from Cilantro, but can't win the one up close and personal. And now with his panic mode, the spawns are in the back. They're trying to rush in, but even if they don't end up closing things out here, Saga can simply move for the rotation, and now you have to win every single gunfight moving through the middle of the map. It's going to be all up to really just Cilantro here to see if he can move through dirt and find the opening kill. Will he even get here in time? I think the answer is no, and there it is. So Saga come out swinging for us in map number 1 in the winners final. And they're going to close things out here very dominantly.
And it really all started out with those 2 hills in the start of the game. They got, I believe, almost a full 120 seconds off P1 and P2, and that gave them such a dominant lead for the beginning of the game that they couldn't quite surmount it later on. So if you can get that much pressure early on and just hold on to it and take that chip time, the scrappy time in the hill, that's all you really need. So unfortunate for 6, and hopefully that wakes him up a bit, because we got a fast-paced set of matches coming up here.
Yeah, we have a lot of matches coming up, but the fact that you're losing like that in map number 1, I think is a little bit scary, because I talked up some of these players that are able to make dents and find some weak chains, links in the chain rather, for as far as the squad. But when Saga is playing like that, man, it is really, really hard to be able to, I think, regain heading in towards some of these future modes. The only mode I think that you can at least slow things down and is moving in towards the search and destroy for us. But the fact that they're able to do that is just kind of coming back to my point that I made at the beginning of the stream, where this is, the peak form of all the amateur players right now within the scene. You have DiamondCon, who's rose his way towards the top here, teaming with Royalty. There's now chemistry. There's already chemistry between Royalty and Exotic from last year on Evil Geniuses. And you add in 47, who is just this absolute loose cannon who goes off and finds these insane moments with you, combined with Cushpoint, who just came off of a Tespa 25K win for him and his school at Humber Esports. Like, you just have so much momentum, I think, based off of the recent successes from a lot of these individual players, that they're just rolling with it. And well, they definitely rolled with it in map number 1.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it. But with Petrograd coming up, is there any form of strategy you think these players can bring back? I know in a game type or a map like this, it's much larger. You've got snipers in play probably as well. If you can get some nice mid-map kills with the snipers, maybe that can kick things off. But of course, those types of plays come from individual skill, like the players that you mentioned on Saga as well, who are also incredibly individually skilled. So I'm expecting big things from them. A site control, I believe, would be really important in this map. Also, any key things that these players are going to have to do to ensure they can make some sort of a comeback on
Yeah, I think you just got to make sure you don't play scared. I think if you just give
Okay.
Saga too much room and like you just start playing a little bit too passive, you're not making some of these aggressive plays that are called for on a map like this. Then I think that you might just fall back into a spot where they're just going to start running at you, winning gunfights, and there's nothing you're going to be able to do. So we'll see how they kick off the very first side. It will be at least Team 6 on the offense, and Pharma brings out the sniper like you talked about. So we'll work with the first pick, and now this has got to just send green lights here for as far as making an entry point right inside of the site. They're looking to do so, and Haller will find 47 for that second kill. Diamond Gun with a bit of a flank does try to get something done, but can't find anything else. But those kills come back fairly easily, and now we're left in a 2v2. Make that a 1v2. All up to Haller, trying to see if he can grab the last one. Exotic already has a couple in the round, and the bomb is down. Still lots of time on the clock.
We have a 1v1 here. The final members on the map here are going to have to face off. This bomb is planted. Evan right now with the defense. He should hopefully be okay if he doesn't push out a little bit too far here. It looks like he can just hold this down. Just kind of wait for the opportunity with Exotic. Just going to try to figure out when to make this happen. I don't know. It's all too quiet.
Evan, at the very least, does have the bomb, but he has no idea where Exotic is. And Exotic now might be second guessing that he might not be coming to A, but this timing might play a factor. Exotic going to play the 50-50, and he is playing the 50-50 correctly. I think Exotic has spotted him, and there it is. Easy kills in the back. Exotic finds 3 in round number 1, and that is just not a round you can really afford to lose. Pharma finds the first pick. You followed up with a second blood, and Exotic just has his way with you on, I believe it was the flank that just opened things up wide, and there was just nothing there to be able to play with a man advantage anymore. Haller played the 50-50, doesn't guess right, and that map, or rather that round number 1, is unfortunately going to slip away here for Team Saga.
6 did a great job opening things up with such a great man advantage as well, right? You had, or actually it was 6 opening up with Pharma with the sniper. Here he is once again looking for an early pick. We'll see if they're aware of it this time. Oh, just narrowly missing that player coming into the field of view there. He will have to back off for now. But hopefully if they can get these early picks, they can hold on to them and not give up early, like easy lives like it seemed like they did in that first round.
Shots go through. A looks like it's being contested. Royalty finds the first blood. Cilantro now out of the mix. 47, the bomb carrier for the squad, waiting patiently, and well, the patience might pay off. We'll try to go for some wall bangs, but won't find it. However, all the kills just drop, and now Goodnight's the last one alive. We'll find Royalty, but he's stuck in a 1v4 here. Bomb goes down. He's tagged up. He's spotted. He doesn't really stand a chance. Finds a second, but the trade will be good. Saga find an aggressive push right inside of A. The drop the bomb immediately, and they're going to come through with back-to-back rounds to kick things off.
Whether it's individual plays or overall team chemistry, it just seems like Saga has it all together in these first 2 games so far. All the momentum in their court as we switch sides over. Yet another opportunity for 6 to make some sort of an attack here, and hopefully they're successful.
Getting a little bit worried so far. I'm just really thinking that Saga might just be further ahead than everybody here in towards the tournament, because this is the team that I expected to give them the biggest challenge. And if we're seeing at least the first map end the way it did, in towards the second map where there has not been really any kind of positive notes so far for Team 6, it's looking a little bit scary, but you can turn things around. It has to start with the push in towards what looks to be A. The bomb not actually close towards the push just yet. You have a chance for Goodnight also to work a flank on the back side of the riverside, and that could be your chance to be able to really open things up at 47. Oh my God, dude, you can't let that happen. You have to find that trade. You've now lost 2 of your members. You have no way inside of A, and your only opportunity here is to probably try to rotate towards B.
That's what it looks like from the minimap, and hopefully they can coordinate together. You can still see number 3 holding way back there, trying to get some sort of a sight line on anybody leaving that A site, but they're holding it down pretty heavy on A. It looks like he's going for A despite that. With 4 players around him, he will likely be caught in this action, but a couple trades happening here. Oh, and he gets the kill as well. So Flawless doing a pretty good job staying alive despite the odds against him. He still has the bomb.
That's right. He has the bomb. He has to win this gunfight. And tough scenes. Saga, they are looking so good, man. And I mean, it's sad, and it's like really exciting. It's exciting for the challenger scene because all these players, of course, I'm rooting for, but it's sad to see Team 6, I think, just struggle to find a bit of a footing. And this could be really the cause of adding a couple new players in towards the mix, right? Like Caller's not playing with his typical squad where it would be like Jimbo, Archives, having BZ. Like this is usually the team that we would see that is matching, at least for the second best team, where Haller now joins this team. And it has just not looked very on point for them so far. Could be just a slow start. They might just be completely warmed up and ready. It's hard to say, but as many excuses that you want to throw, I mean, what we are currently seeing is Saga playing extremely well.
We've seen 47 play extremely well as well, though he will go down, drop the bomb beside the A site. That's going to have to be something they'll be worried about a little bit later on. Of course, only 2 players left on red, though, and blue actually 6 doing a great job defending this time. Tom with a kill also. 1 more player left to take down, but Cushpoint, he's going to stay up a little bit longer. It looks like he will have to back off, but he's got all the odds against him in this situation. All the way back here, he knows exactly where the bomb is, and a sniper, but can he pull this off?
It's a good chance. Cushpoint, good search and destroy player. Remember from very first Northern Rivals, he had a 1v4 in Piccadilly of all maps, and we'll see if now he can work a 1v2 and towards our last Northern Rivals. Sniper in hand, gonna look for a peek around the corner from top pool hall. Not gonna be able to find anything. 30 seconds now, the stun. Not gonna go where he wanted it to, and this might just give away his position. The setup looks to be at least decent, but there's the first pick. Flawless is out of the picture, and now Cushpoint, I think, is reading this perfectly. He's not going to play for the bomb plant here. He's going to make the full rotation around the map, and he's going to see if he can just try and spot this player out. He has a chance to find the gunfight if he checks towards his left, and I do think player 2 might have spotted him here. He's got to check one more corner. Cilantro will find the kill. Cushpoint, unfortunately, unable to hunt him down in time. So Team 6 will grab their very first round. What it was a nail biter here in the 1v2. Cushpoint almost having a chance to clutch it up, but finally a much needed round does come through.
Finally 6 are on the board, but you got to love that play from Cushpoint. Just the recipe for success there, grabbing that snipe and getting a nice kill, and then rotating all the way around, taking that extra time to ensure he had an opportunity to get the slay and the bomb plant also, but didn't quite work out. Sometimes all you got to do is sit there and hold the angle, and you can, get the benefit in that gunfight.
Certainly the case for us, and they're not opting to change anything up. 6 want to try and brute force their way in towards A, and Cilantro gets a little too aggressive, doesn't have his teammates with them. The trade is there from Pharma, but Royalty gonna now combine for 2, maybe even 3. Has the help from Exotic, his old teammate. They'll get it done. The synergy showing, but Goodnight and Flawless, they have quite a bit of synergy built into each other themselves, and that will mean we're in a 2v2 with plenty of time to play with. Goodnight reads the flank. He might get aggressive and look to push things out, takes the shot, and we'll have to now slow things down a tad bit. Invested the dead silence to make that play happen. And this is an awkward spot to be in. You don't have any real players inside of A to try and stop the defense, and Goodnight has to win this gunfight right here. If he can, it's massive. He does. He shuts down Cushpoint, and now they can make the decision to rotate towards B or backtrack to A.
Right, with that extra team player, or teammate is going to be so useful as he gets this plant. You can see that happening now. He's got his teammate for the defense, the setup. This actually hopefully should work out. 6 does manage to get that win. It looks like his teammate took him down the moment before the challenge.
Kill comes through. Flawless brings it home. Protected his bomb carrier. The duo here that has been together for, I will say, quite a long time. I mean, they've played, I think, every single Northern Rivals together. They've also played quite a few Challenger events, whether it's been the homestand opens or the Challenger Cups. Definitely a few of them here have been played with each other alongside a mix of different rosters with the other 3-man players. But that synergy ends up paying off for now what is back-to-back rounds. So signs of life starting to come through for our Team 6 squad, which is best case scenario halfway through our search and destroy. But now you need to keep building off of that, carry that momentum, and shut things down on the defense.
Can they carry the momentum? I see 2 players wrapping around the opposite side of A side there, and 3 on the defense on A. We have two kills already to start things off. Nice little trade, keeping things even, of course, with the bomb looking like it's going to be planted over on A side. Tom with the spot that 47 had previously, but not getting quite the same number of kills, and that 3-man stack in that room there really working out in red team's favor. Oh my god, just back and forth. Pharma with 2 kills, 3 kills from Pharma, and that's another win on the board, and sometimes that's all it takes to even things up. 3-3.
Yeah, just beautiful plays here from Pharma. Lines them up, knocks them down like dominoes. And I think that was actually 4 kills total in the round for him, because I'm pretty sure he opened up at the first blood there by the riverside. So that's what you needed right there. They do build things back up in the search to destroy St. Petrograd. And now we got ourselves a map number 2 where things are completely tied as we pass that halfway mark. And now I'm really curious, Shyway, are they going to keep trying to brute force their way in towards A now that they have a bit of this momentum, or are they going to be willing to change things up? It looks like my answer is going to be here for us, as they are going to bring the bomb towards the right side of the map, and they might try to make a push over towards the B side.
This is the kind of strategy you got to love to see here. The moment they get momentum, they tie things up. They've now completely changed their strategy. All 5 players moving together here, looking for that B side, but still, Tom and his teammate go down first. Flawless will pick up a kill just to even the odds a little bit here, but ultimately a 4 versus 3 at this point. And a lot of information given up to red team. As you can see, most of their team is rotated back to B for the defense, leaving one player over on A. We'll see how they can pull this off here.
It's doable. Information's good. Onto one player back here. It's Exotic.
How's he not?
It's gonna be a kill. Flawless has got to see him there. He does it. Oh, I have no idea how he didn't see him. I think he was too tunneled on finding Exotic, and 47 is going to be able to work that trade. So 2v3 situation, 30 seconds. The pressure certainly on Pharma and Goodnight here to make a play for themselves. They have to retrieve the bomb now because Flawless went on just a little bit too of an aggressive push, and that play's got to happen here sooner rather than later. I mean, you have to still get the plant down, which is going to be about 5 seconds. They haven't retrieved the bomb. There's getting tagged up in the street, and 47 just locking things down. They know where the bomb is, and they just played this beautifully. Pharma, the last one alive, can't get anything done, and I think, yeah, that was a real big blunder round that came through. I like the attack over towards the B site, but they don't find the train in the middle of the map, and then I think Flawless just goes a little bit too rogue in the middle here and ends up dropping the bomb in a very difficult spot to pick up.
When the outlines are so prominent on our end, it looks kind of hilarious seeing somebody, miss out on a player on the screen. But I'm sure it's more subtle on their end when they don't see the big red outline, player over here, like. And that's unfortunate because I do agree that that 6 had the right idea. They had some good initiative on that push there, but ultimately things didn't quite work out. And a bit of a tunnel vision on that play there. But of course, Red Saga on the attack, and it looks like they're doing the same type of thing. They're going to go for a B side. Let's see how they do this by comparison.
Diamond Con not going to win that one. Pharma's been opening up with the first bloods, but Exotic will make sure he gets shut down very early on the Riverside. So this is an aggressive push all the way in the side of B. They already have back control. Exotic's the one with the bomb, so he's not necessarily the one that wants to be back here, but as long as he doesn't get too aggressive, it should be fine. And this trade now should come in. Exotic picks up a freebie. We'll get the kill on towards Evan, which is also known as Hauler. Leaves us in a 3v3, and now they have the chance to be able to work a bomb plan.
What I love about this play from Saga is that they force a perimeter lane route all the way through B. They had multiple players push that wide perimeter to wrap all the way to the back of the base and then get nice confirmed kills from the back of the base where they limit angles, and as opposed to running through center map and then trying to rotate that way, which is what I saw 6 do previously. But I mean, as I say that, we got some nice kills coming out from 6, 2 of them to even things up. It's actually a 2v1 at this point, advantage 6 and 47, last one left alive, back of the map here, and immediately melted. That'll tie things up 4-4.
If there was one person that might have been able to do that, I would probably put my money on 47, but I think Flawless gets himself a good read, probably going to get some information on some of those footsteps and just going to find the easy kill. Had his teammate behind him just in case things did go a little bit wrong, but 4-4, and you have to remember, I mean, 3 rounds were in favor of our Saga squad where they went up 3-0. So things have really been brought back. So good composure and resilience coming through for Team 6. Last time they opted in to try and make the B push, it didn't work out. So I pretty much expect them to default back towards A, which should be easy reads for Saga. Now, the problem is they haven't been able to deal with Royalty up top in the apartment's power position. If they can deal with him before entering in the site, I think that'll be the difference. And as you can see it, Royalty locking it down again.
Well, here's hoping they can do something about it this time because he's gotten so many pesky kills from up here. Look at all 4 players below. Nobody really looking at him, and there we go. Finally, a bit of a defense. Royalty will back off temporarily, and this might give the blue team an opportunity for something. But if you look at the kill feed, there's 2. 1 more back, and Royalty with the amazing rotation. 2 kills in his favor as well. This is looking like a clean round on the side of Saga.
That was a fast one. Every single time we go to A, it almost seems like it's just if you blink, you miss it. And Royalty with 3 in the round. Pharma has had a real strong play in this map number 2, but unfortunately unable to take that gunfight and win it. So Royalty goes big once again, just like he has been. If you can't deal with Royalty inside of this A side, I don't know how you're going to be able to gain control of it. But they will at least jump back over towards the defense. Our offensive squad now has had success towards B, which is the very hard bomb site to be able to approach. And they've had lots of success towards A. But it looks like the play call will be back towards the default push. They'll try to get themselves in. But a couple players pushing through the middle of the map. I like this. We can see them getting aggressive, trying to open up with some kills. They have the cushion of the round, and Royalty opens up with a beautiful first blood.
47 will follow that up as well. And Exotic also. That's 3 quick kills. Things looking very rough for the side of 6 at this point as 47 flies up forward here. He knows he has a good idea where that enemy is, but he'll go for the plant. And Saga, in the meantime, will get the win 6-4 here.
Royalty just doing royalty things. Like, I'm not sure his final number on what he ended on, but I believe found 3 kills in this round as well. So, you know, those last 6 kills come from him out of 10. I mean, it's just absolutely exceptional. This is one of the players I've talked about for this entire year and through all these Northern Rivals, for someone that, you know, very easily could be picked up at any point in time during this Challenger season, and as well as picked up in towards the CDL roster for next year. I mean, 14 kills dropped through for him, right? He's been absolutely insane, and he's also been on Triumph this entire year as well, so he hasn't been team hopping like a lot of these other amateur players. And with the likes of Diamondcon with him now, who knows where this squad goes? But this is just an absolute amazing performance from this squad at the moment as they lead 2-0.
So what's really interesting was a lot of those kills. I mean, Royalty did some exceptional stuff when he wasn't up in the building guarding from above, but a lot of them really came from that spot that he had up above A site. So it makes me think, you know, is the real issue is what kind of coordinated nade strategies should Six maybe have put together to counter that? Because I felt like they started to realize towards the end of the game how powerful Royalty was up there, but then they just kind of sent all their numbers into A site and got somebody to get, you know, like a line on him and to try to push him back. But is there some sort of, you know, combination of stuns and smokes that could be played out that could force him back and make him ineffective in that position?
Yeah, I mean, you can make the call to stun it, hit it down low, or double nade him out, right? Like, there's definitely some ways to do it. The problem, I think, with attacking in the A site is that there's so many little corners and little prone positions that you have to worry about in the boxes in the van area. That it almost kind of draws attention away from that top apartment's position. So I think they just got caught in a spot where they just tried to brute force their way in towards A too many times, and it was unsuccessful. That it was almost just like a Hail Mary each time, or they weren't doing things like we saw in that last round where Royalty runs up the middle of the map, right, finds an entry kill, and then is able to play his life long enough to cause a little bit of havoc for the players that are inside the site that don't have too many exits to get out. So I think it was just really good reads that ended up coming through, and it was just a tough adjustment. If that B hit, I think, ends up working there as well, 14-6, and I think that Search and Destroy plays totally different for some of those future offensive rounds, but they got shut down. They couldn't get control of A on any of their offenses, and unfortunately, they just end up falling short. But they did bring things back. There was a small bit of composure. I don't know how much composure there will be in this map 3, however.
There's some hope on the horizon, but we are going to be jumping into Hackney Yard domination. And I'm pretty sure the strategy for Hackney Yard is just run all the time everywhere because it's so close quarters, it's so chaotic. Here we are kicking it off with Diamondcon. And I want to say Saga, once again, with the slaying power that they have, it's going to be rough for Six.
Push point bringing out the Ram 7 here for himself again, and Diamondcon wins a kill up close. They could actually push for spawns potentially. You saw the spawns come right behind green. They won't lose them as of yet. That would be an absolute worst case scenario to lose the spawns this early in towards our Hackney Yard, but we will see Royalty ends up slipping through. He has a chance to get the neutralization off. Well, the B flag does get captured. Now it's all to Royalty just to play his life back here. That's really all he has to do, and he does find Goodnight, tries to slip away, but Pharma does find the kill. But this is the problem already. I mean, you're kind of just seeing everything play out for you, where you're seeing all this aggression in towards the A flag. They're not spawning, and now the flip might just end up coming through. Those gunfights are being won. We'll see Goodnight, who manages to grab a kill, but Diamondcon will be able to follow it up with the trade, and they have now actually lost spawns 1 minute in towards Hackney Yard, and this is not the start you wanted to this map and game mode, that is for sure.
That defense did not last long. So much pressure coming in on that A side, flipping the spawns, and now you can see the AB capture on the side of Saga. 47 up here in top L. Just looking for some defense to keep these players back on C, the unfavorable position on the map, but some good team coordination coming out as they go back to the B side. If they can push through this, regain this, they might be able to get some traction. But I don't know. This pressure coming in from Saga has been pretty incredible so far.
It's been absolutely exceptional. I mean, 27-14 on bad side. Like, this is insane. 47's doing the hauler right there. Just absolutely obliterates them off of the heady. And now the mid-map control is all of yours. You're just pushing up. You're getting aggressive. There's no real push into side of B that's been working out. 47 just makes a run through the middle of the map, finds the kill. Like, there's just things like this that obviously should not be happening on a map and game mode like this. And I think it might be coming back to, you know, just obviously not a whole lot of chemistry built in between these 5 players on Team 6, where it's almost just a lot of individual plays that they're relying on, but there's unfortunately no real individual plays that are standing out that are carrying them through, and they are now caught back in towards what is about to be the spawn trap. Moving from green. Evans just going to find the trade, but 47 picks it up. Very intelligent play from him, realizes they have to overextend at some point in time, and he's going to make sure that does not happen.
Good little set of kills coming out from 6 right here as they try to make their way back into B, but 47 and team just doing a great job with the defense. Here he goes, right from above. Hit marker's in. He will, I believe. He actually didn't even finish that kill. He got taken out himself. Evan right now with an angle up on A, and we'll see if they can hopefully start to pressure A side pretty soon. Here's the rotation coming in. He might be able to get the jump on somebody, but Royalty in the meantime will be taken down.
Playing for neutralization. This is actually something that the Florida Mutineers are really good at doing is they draw all this pressure over towards the warehouse, obviously, where you have to try to get yourself in towards B to be able to get that B flag. And while that happens, it usually leaves a free route on the back end of a green to be able to push for that neutral on the C flag. And that's exactly what Royalty just reads and plays well. Just adds a couple of extra points on towards the clock. We're looking at 29 to 60 here. 31-point differential, a minute 46 left in towards the side. They finally get themselves warehouse control after about 5 or 6 pushes in, and Haller does have himself a power position where he needs to find a couple of key kills in order to actually lock the B flag down. It will be Fama who will add additional support. They do get the B flag, so at least a little bit of these points here that have been adding up will come to a small stop, but how long are they going to be able to hold on to it is the real question.
From what I can see on the minimap, it's looking like Red will be neutralizing B very shortly. They're all over it right now. Royalty with the cover here, just looking for an angle. Those players are coming in. Shots into the first. He gets taken down. He's got 2 players pushing up on him. This is a good couple of kills coming out from the side of 6. If they can get the neutral and recapture this. Just going to go for that recapture, but they can't seem to get anywhere near close to A, and that's the thing that we saw immediately from Saga is they took A right away, and there's been no form of flank. They're just pressuring for B, trying to get some sort of control of center map, but just no hope at overall map control.
I've been looking for the first entry, shut down immediately from Exotic. Diamondcon also controlling the power position, and Royalty even bringing out the dagger, going for a little bit of a styling as he finds himself the kill. Exotic tries to go top L, can't gain the control, but that's fine because Hardpoint is going to follow it up, and oh my god, he just slides on out and destroys Haller, finds him for the 2-piece, and yeah, this is looking a little bit chalked up. And remember, this is the unfavored side that we're seeing a lead come through. Like when you're playing Hackney or Domination, you're supposed to go in towards side 2 with at least a 20-point lead. If you're not, then it's already looking a little bit tough to be able to make the comeback. But the fact you're going in towards the unfavored side at this much of a deficit, I just don't know how you're going to bring things back.
It's looking pretty rough as we get to the last couple seconds of the round here. Of course, things will flip, and they will flip in the favor of Saga. If you're 6, that's absolutely what you don't want to see. 6, from what I could tell, the moment that they flipped over to the C side, all they did was fight for B, neutral and control. No real pressure on the side of A. They could not even get one player to flank over there. So I'm not sure how this is going to look. It doesn't seem too great just so far. So hopefully they can somehow coordinate their efforts through to A and make that flip early on the same way Saga did. Because if they don't, I think this is going to be almost an auto win.
Can they get the fast flip? We'll see the routes. Looks like it's, again, pretty standard for the most part. 2 players going to go in towards top L, 1 bottom, 1 top. And this will be Hardpoint just watching the smoke very carefully. Finds the first player, is able to grab himself the kill. Goodnight follows it up. That's a big double. That does allow them to have maybe just a little bit of an entry. Flawless with a kill. Goodnight with 3. So that's a good start that ends up coming here for 6. They find all the opening kills. They gain warehouse control very quickly, but Goodnight unfortunately runs out of ammo, and Royalty does exactly what Goodnight just did to them. B, however, will be secured, but can they lock it down for a good amount of time? That has been the problem.
They've been able to make it into B. They've controlled B, but then they hit a wall. And that wall is just these incredible players on the side of Saga who keep backing them down. Flawless right now, putting some great shots and staying alive. You're staying up on B. If you can continue to get these kills, then move forward. You see the rotation start to happen. Finally, the man's breaking through. It looks like he might be able to get an opportunity here. He's alone in A side too. Can they flip the spawns? Can they do something to stop this pressure early on? This would be huge if he stays up. Royalty with the defense though, and Royalty with the shutdown. And that's unfortunate. You still have some pressure though. Royalty, okay.
Like this guy is such a heads-up player. He plays on such a crazy sensitivity too. Like it really, man. Like I'm so baffled that he is not on a CDL team because he is so individually talented. You see in it right now, 24 and 15. These are, you know, a lot of the top amateur players here. Maybe I shouldn't say the top, but players that have definitely been able to get themselves in the top 16, you know, top 8 here and there. So definitely some, you know, players that have been able to make the name for themselves this in Modern Warfare season. But Royalty, a step ahead of a lot of the amateurs. That has been absolutely shown here through multiple events. It's being shown in the the last Northern Rivals. We're seeing an 81-125 scoreline. They don't even have an actual home flag right now, and I think this is the point where you are being triple capped on Hackney Yard. Like, this is so hard to pull off, and you're going to see it. They're going to move back towards C, where they should be able to get themselves the home flag at the very least, but the fact that you're getting triple capped here, you don't have any control over the mini map, or over the map in general. It's just looking like it should be a hot 3-0 off of this amazing performance.
Crazy to see that it all started with Royalty. He made these huge defensive plays on A and then rotated all the way through mid-map to get back on C, neutral, and capture it to bring all the players back from A over to C and just focus their attention back to where they began. It's just ridiculous. Here he is once again on screen, of course, expecting big things from this man here. Shots into Farmer. He'll take him down once again. He's just got the ultimate control, and this is looking like a guaranteed W, I'd say, at this point for the side of Saga. They will be moving onwards in the winter side.
Yeah, there's just not really enough time. 36 points a minute if you're pulling off the triple cap, but even then, it's just so hard to hold on to a triple cap, and you have just no control. And Royalty is just on a spree. 30 kills in Domination. I mean, you don't see 30 kills drop in Domination too often, and when you do, it's usually just absolutely frying like this. 4 spree, 31-16. Royalty doing it all for his squad. Finds another one from range, and yep, that's going to do it, folks. It is mathematically impossible. You're not going to be able to make this comeback happen. Finally, there was a shutdown from Cilantro to be able to find that kill. But man, oh man, just coming in towards this last Northern Rivals, and I think they're trying to solidify this last win for us right now, Shyway.
Yeah, definitely one of the fastest, most convincing games of Domination I've casted in recent memory. So things are looking pretty rough for 6. That will put them in Winterside Grand Finals. Great place to be if you're Saga. Of course, 6 isn't out of the tournament yet. They can fight their way through losers. They can get another chance to win this tournament, but they will have to pick up an insane amount of momentum from the matches they play on losers' side if they want any hope of making some sort of a comeback here. This is looking like a dominant performance, and I don't see any signs of these guys losing this tournament if they continue to play this way.
Yeah, there's really, I mean, nothing else you can really say besides just gassing up all these individuals. Like, these guys are
all their social media.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It is honestly just a pleasure to be able to cast over, you know, some of this insane talent, watch them live, and watch them head in towards the end of this Modern Warfare season within the challenge scene, and it's just been it's exceptional at the end of the day. And you can see everyone leaving the lobby. There's just the knife's probably going to be thrown out for the most part. Little knife fight. 47 says no, however, and gonna find some shots in towards the back there, but yeah, there is just nothing else you can do, unfortunately. But man, oh man, like, even if 6 end up making the run here through the losers bracket and bounce back up towards the grand finals to play up against Saga, like, are they going to be able to regain? Are they going to be able to, you know, show us anything different? Like, you could argue, okay, we'll get a different map set for at least a couple of the maps to see if that'll play a difference for you. But 116-192 here in map number 3, it just kind of tells the story of the entire series.
You still got that slide canceling from what I can tell. You're doing a lot of the fast slide cancels. And I know I've been watching some of these clips from Shotzi on Twitter where he's going absolutely insane. And a lot of people love it, people hate it. It's a bit mixed for sure. Just crazy to see the speed of movement that's capable, especially I think most people are GAing this with the tack sprint, right?
Yeah.
Just the kind of stuff you can pull off with that. It's kind of ridiculous.
No, it is pretty insane that you know, some of the things you can do. Yeah, like you said, Shotzi, like, best movement in the game. Like, he's up there, canceling like 20 times in like 15 seconds. You're just like, yeah, are you gonna have arthritis like next year, man? Are you gonna be good? Like,
it's crazy. You know, coming from Halo, he had the best movement in Halo 5. He was pioneering the game. So it's just crazy to see him transfer over to COD and then just take on that pedestal once again. Just you know, kind of just insane what he can do with the movement in these games, and of course what these players are doing with the movement in these games as well. I think I got to give the MVP so far to Royalty, a clear standout, over 30 kills in that Domination game before everything, you know, the dust settled. But a nice dominant performance from Saga throughout, some signs of life from 6 in game 2 in S&D, which makes me think there's some shot in those moments there. But you know, if they can't change something in a big way in losers' side, it doesn't look like this result's going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, and I think there's maybe an argument to be made for a couple other teams that, you know, could maybe even upset Team 6 after this, right? Like you lose in 3-0 fashion. There's no map that's relatively close except for the search and destroy. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're not playing with your actual full squad here. So it's more than likely to see some of the search and destroys a tad bit closer. So I think we go in towards what might be the Team Madness match, going up against Keep Fighting, where that one is up in the air for me. I think that's actually going to be a really good, highly contested match between the two. And then, yeah, maybe they carry that momentum right to losers final, and they're able to deal with Team 6, who just have not been looking great in the respawns, which has to change, like you said.
You never know what can happen with some of these games and these tournaments, right? You get some crazy upsets. We had the upsets last time, like last time we had this event, and like you said, some great players on the side of Team Madness on Keep Fighting. So a lot of great matches to look forward to, both on losers side and then upcoming later in grand finals. So don't go anywhere. We got plenty more COD coming up very soon.
Booga, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a test, man. I don't want like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best, man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first. I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse. Wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it, it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy. Sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions to becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack jet on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the type that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Who gon' me gotta stay winning. To be so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah. Put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my Batman. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man. Out you got a couple pages spinning. Ooh, but I don't save, I spin it. Ooh, now a little hoe finna put it. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, put a full outfit dead on. Ooh, all of my medals I bet on. When it full painful, yeah. Got out there with no pendants. Just have to finish Spanish. That mama like start that grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Dennis. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Run a lot of stash, pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow right, nigga, need no mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, put all my cash. You don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack jet on the menu, running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis is trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket, my G's they tight to the type that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit, I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended, I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch, yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I hoping that you got my Batman. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man. Out you got a couple pages spinning. Ooh, but I don't save, I spin it. Ooh, now a little hoe for the point. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, put a full outfit then on. Ooh, all of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net, got out there with no appendix. It's time to finish spinach. That mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Dennis. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Run a lot of stash, pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right nigga, need no mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, put all on my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty passive, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a testament. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple serves, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack jet on the menu, running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis is trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket, my G's they tight to the type that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit, I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended, I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch, yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch.
Hello and welcome back to Toronto Ultra, the Northern Rivals. Our players are almost ready to go. We are almost ready to get into our next matchup. Turns out people decide to wake up at 5:30 on COD time, but that's okay. We've got more exciting COD matches coming up. We've got two more teams. We've got Keep Fighting going up against Team Madness. And we had mentioned Team Madness specifically. I know Keep Fighting as well, but these rosters have some great players. There's some great upset potential on both these rosters.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute passion match between a lot of these guys because, you know, like Team 6 and Team Saga, I think it's fair to say that these are kind of, the top amateurs within the Canadian scene, 100%. And I mean, some of them can argue that they maybe shouldn't even be amateurs, right? But at the end of the day, these guys I think would be like that next step for as far as what we're going to get. And you look at some of these rosters, and you look at Team Madness, like this is the exact same roster that they're coming back with from, I believe it was Northern Rivals #2, where they had gotten themselves a 3rd place finish. And I also believe Team Madness had actually beat a lot of these individuals on Keep Fighting, like Scuffy, like Audio. I believe Storms is also in that roster as well. So, and I think this is going to be a good chance for them to do it maybe once again. But I was casting the matches yesterday on day 1, and I was getting early look at seeing what we were going to get, and we did end up seeing a 3-0 loss up against Saga for this Keep Fighting squad. But I think there were some good takeaways. Mat #1, they kept things close in the first rotation. They were still fighting back. Scuffy was firing all cylinders, just like he was doing at Toronto XP2 at the beginning of the year. So there's a lot of factors I think coming in towards this one. This one's really up in the air for me, but I think whoever ends up taking it, yes, has a great chance at maybe carrying that momentum in towards that losers final, where 6 is not looking the greatest, and you might be able to pull off a massive upset.
Right. So a ton of potential between both these teams, but just to list them off real quick. So like you said, Keep Fighting, Wonders, Audio, Scuffy, Storms, and Preza. Whereas on the other side of Madness, you got Luan, Twix, Grundy, Zetzi, and Makapaka. You'd also mentioned Team Madness just previously got a 3rd place finish. They already have some, higher level statistics to kind of show for their potential here. And then as far as Keep Fighting, there's some incredible individual players. Maybe we haven't quite seen them in this combination together. We'll see how that goes, of course, going on into the event. Of course, going up against Saga is going to be brutal for any of these teams, but hopefully this is some sort of training, I guess. This is like the momentum shift that they can kind of kick off with losers semifinals. And of course, if you want to kick off any momentum, we got to take a look at what we've got coming up with our maps, with our game types. We've got St. Petrograd Hardpoint to kick things off.
Yeah, which means that there's going to be a lot of rotations, right? When I was looking at least some of the play yesterday, we saw Scuffy, who was one of those players that was locking things down with the assault rifle, and it was really up to his subs to be able to play for a lot of those spawns and a lot of those different situations. It was happening a little bit on Azir Cave, but they were getting it just out-rotated, I think, on some of the big money hills, where there was just a better realization of, okay, we need to set up here first. We're going to do it, and that, unfortunately, was just putting them to a bit of a stop on a lot of those movements across the map. At this time around, I think things will be a lot more even. There's a bigger chance of being able to pull off, some of those multi-kills that are going to play a factor in gaining your team spawns, winning the rotations, things along these lines here for us in St. Petro, because very similar to Ramaza, where you're going almost just back and forth across the map over and over again. So it's really just all on what routes you're taking, how well you're moving together as a team, and how effectively you're also winning those gunfights. But here we are loading in towards the game, ladies and gentlemen. So we're coming through with this one. I think this might be one of the best matches here on the night, because these guys are also even. Like I said earlier, it's complete passion on both squads, seeing if they're going to be able to take the win. And we're going to kick it off here for ourselves. Going to be Keep Fighting on the right, Team Madness on the left, as we jump into things. This first hill about to spawn and unfold.
Gotta love some passion-fueled gameplay with that peak shot as well, coming out the door to kick things off here. But Scuffy not getting a kill just yet. He'll hold his ground here. Of course, he knows there are players in there contesting the point. Wonders will fly forward first, and Wonders trying to get all the way through, but he gets taken out. A lot of orange on that kill feed to kick things off here as they control the first 14 seconds, and hopefully, or potentially then some, as Grundy looking to defend.
Two players I'm going to watch out for Team Madness right now. Look out for Luan. Look out for Twix. If you remember, Toronto XP, or rather actually over toward Northern Rivals 2, we actually had Twix drop a 1.8 KD going in towards Championship Friday or whatever day it was. So the kid was absolutely frying. He already has a 3-1 start for him. And Luan was also pulling off some big plays yesterday. But for as far as what's happening on screen, it's a big win that happens there for Storms. Still a 1v1 for the Hardpoint in the remaining 10 seconds of that scrap time. And it looks like it will be one from Wonders. So he will shut down Makapaka. Scrap time's picked up. Keep Fighting will break the 30-point mark off of P1, and now they're looking to move in for rotations where they have 4 down. This is the chance to actually keep on going. Audio finds 1, has a chance to go for 2, but Twix, the man I talked about, will be there with the kill. The hill will be fought for. It's up in the air, but the close spawns at least will be 1 for Team Madness.
Yeah, Team Madness with the nearby spawn. Still a lot of contention going back and forth in this hill. You can see Keep Fighting pushing up through the outside perimeter here. Going to try to find some sort of an opportunity. Smokes and nades coming in. A couple trades across the boards here. You got to love the pressure that came in from Keep Fighting on the second half of that hard point, just to push them back on the setup and force them into this position. You can already see they're getting more points on the board and forcing those spawns farther away. They now have the nearby spawn. They can get some control going.
Team Madness, they're making the right play here. They understand it's like, all right, we're not going to be able to find one real good push to be able to break in for that scrap time. So let's just simply move across the map, set up in the middle, and start to cut players down. This can be one of the hardest movements on St. Petro right here, as you can see that setup where you just have a bunch of players flooded and just swarming in the middle of the map. And as long as these kills come through, it's going to cause a bit of havoc moving here for the side of Keep Fighting. But they are putting themselves in a pretty healthy position on the scoreboard. Grundy keeping himself alive, finds 2. He's having a slow start, but starting to heat up now as he snaps and just destroys Kayam. Takes him down and will put him out for the time being. He's also reading the spawns correctly. He moves in, but he goes for a little bit of a dance, spins in a circle. So easy cleanups there. First 15 seconds is good. Stormers will be the first entry man in towards the hill, will be shut down, and this is perfect for Team Madness. They're playing the spawns correctly. Now they just need to work their way back in towards the hard point and find these kills.
Some excellent early rotations coming up from Team Madness to control the first couple of points in this this spot here. But of course, Macapacas and team still applying pressure. The points going over to Keep Fighting as they maintain some defense here. And Zetzi looking to push up. Looks like they can flip things over. You can see the players on green now moving, getting ready for that second point, getting some nice kills on the outside as well. But the final points in the hill will be going over to Team Madness as they ready themselves for the next point.
Scuffy is just going to hold things down in the middle of the map. Will concede the scrap time, but Keep Fighting will absolutely handshake that hill at Hazmat, as the pool hall, definitely one of the hardest hills to be able to break on the map. And nice little double team that ends up coming in there from Team Madness. They will be able to work the kill. Wonders tries to respond with some kills of his own, but the trade's good for Macapacas. So you break through the initial line that's set up in the middle of the map. This is a real good first push that does come in, but now this is the real difficult part. Getting yourself control of the pool hall and breaking in through the front door. There's really just this one little door that you have to funnel through in the front, or you have to find a pinch from the side. Player 1 is going for the pinch. An excellent read, but they don't coordinate the hit out front. So unfortunately, just a little bit of maybe a communication error. If you're going to break this hill, it has to be a perfect timing, breaking through both doors at the exact same time. But the setup here looking to be strong. Kayam will get taken down. So Team Madness do manage to break in, but the majority of the time is gifted over to Keep Fighting.
If you stagger that push, it is so much more difficult to get control early on at this point. It looks like they do manage to get the last couple seconds, but is it too little too late? The rotation already happening on the next point. Storms right here looking to get some sort of a cutoff, and these players flying through mid-map. And it looks like he might be able to find Grundy. There's the shots comes in, but Grundy gets the best. And Grundy right now still with the defense. He will back off. Oh my God, the slide coming into play as he jumps out. He'll go down also, and Kayam doing a good job getting some trades on these kills as they contest that center point. A lot of action going to happen for this point to see who can control it.
Yeah, look at Zesty. He's on 11 speed right now. He is 20-8. Like, this guy is going off. Yesterday, I saw him do some pretty fantastic things in Search and Destroy, but this hard point looking to be his. He's bringing Team Madness in, and now he has to try and stop this push. Goes for the shot. Storms is going to back down for a quick moment. Goes for the reach out, but now number 12 will enter in. 21-8. Zesty having himself a heyday, and this point might just give them enough to break that lead that was built up for Keep Fighting. Audio, you dare challenge him. Zesty will put you down, and he might put down a few more. Oh my God, Zesty, what are you doing? Scuffy will find a team kill onto Storm, so now they just have to chalk this hill up. A 14 spree, 1 minute in the hill. Zesty doing it all for his squad, and he will secure the remaining scrap time.
Everyone walking into this restaurant is eating a line of bullets. They can't seem to take down Zesty, who's currently on a 14-kill spree and just looking for more blood at this point as he rotates around the map. He's got his teammates set up back on that P1 spawn. And look at him try to get a flank here, get some sort of a cutoff. He's got somebody right above, but do they hear him from behind? Flying through the pool hall. Nice shots for the first kill. Looking for a second, but not quite. He'll get shut down. A nice 15-kill spree and good pressure from him throughout. But the points still slightly in the favor of Keep Fighting as they continue to contest.
That's exactly it. They haven't really had a whole lot of control for Keep Fighting here over the last little bit. They will finally deal with that player. Storms, I believe, found Luan for the kill, and will take him out of the picture. Storm's looking to secure the scrap time, but because of the P1 hill control going over, they do just have a little bit of a slip up playing for the spawn. So Team Madness is going to give over a lot of points, I will say, and Luan does a good job of trying to neglect a bit of them. It's, however, you have to now make this worth it. So you give up a lot of points here, about, I would say, 80% of the time, and now you need to translate that in towards at least a 45-second hold here for P2. Scuffy does not want that to happen as he takes the high ground and upside of blue, but won't be able to actually find a kill. Luan now plays the back to make sure no one will slip through and find a pinch, and Luan will combine with 2 massive kills. Might be a slow start, but those ones will certainly play the difference. As you see, the control will be for Team Madness, and Luan starting to heat up himself.
Some amazing plays coming up for Luan. If he continues to stay up here, he will challenge out once again and get taken down. We got 4 players pushing up to contest the hill, and this might be a pretty good contention coming in from Keep Fighting. Shots coming in from Wonders. He gets taken down. Look at that defense, though. They got the nearby spawns. They got the defense. Looks like they got the better of this hill as well. I would expect the players on Keep Fighting to start to rotate out back. You can see a couple of them doing that now. Cume will initiate that charge with his teammates. Going to block off that mid-map there and stop these players from getting over to the hazmat building early on, hopefully.
Twix finds the trade, will deal with Kayam. Looks for the 2 nice shots on this Scuffy. That was the air player set up in the middle of the map and won't be able to make that ambulance power position really effective. Twix trying to slip on away to Lion. Oh my God, he turns and burns and wonders and puts him 6 feet under. Big plays from him. Will open up the middle of the map, and well, only a few seconds in towards the spawn, all these orange members have been able to move pretty swiftly across the map. So this could be a massive break as they're now grouping up and getting ready, but the first couple of kills will be good for Keep Fighting.
Cume with the defense on hazmat, just melting players in front of him. He stays up. This is huge, but he goes down. Grundy with the kill. Answer back. Storms will take him as well. Trades back and forth. A lot of contention happening at this point right now. And pretty even scoreline also as Keep Fighting just looks to maintain this lead and push ahead. Storms with a great spot right there. Has all the advantages on the reaction as that player comes through the window. You can just keep up that defense. Head on a swivel as well as he lies it prone here. Somebody's got to push up on him or this will stay contested.
Macapakas does find a couple of kills, but another solid hold. So we're seeing just a lot of the handshakes kind of happening on the map for us right now. You hold P2, we'll hold P3, but in towards the back, we do see Scuffy. He is just playing his life. He's behind enemy lines. Now he will also find himself a potential kill, but Zesty just manages to slip away. His position going to be given away. He finds the spotlight to his right. He will find the double, and now that's 5 down. The break is there. Keep Fighting. Might be able to make a massive play. Scuffy finds 3. Opens the game up wide. The spawns are still there, but the break came through immediately.
Such an amazing play from Scuffy, controlling the back of the map and cutting off the rotations. And now he gave his team the opportunity to control Pool Hall, which, as you said, is so hard to break through. You need one nice coordinated effort. It looks like, thankfully, Team Madness has made their way through. Wonders, though, looking to stop that. He will get taken down from now Grundy right now with the defense. Just holding it down behind the pool table. Just trying to get the last few seconds here as they rotate over the next point.
This is best case scenario for Keep Fighting. They have themselves the favorites out of the map right now, leading in towards some of these future hills. And if they're able to grab the scrap time, which it looks like they will be able to do so, that's going to put them very close to maybe even closing things out at the restaurant for us. So Team Madness, they're going to have to need some of that Zesty flare that is very much slowed down for themselves. Zesty has not been able to get a whole lot of hill time, and he has not been able to go on that same spree he went on earlier. So streaky player might be coming towards a bit of an end here for us at the moment as we're seeing everybody lighted up in the feed on Keep Fighting. This might just be it for us as it's an unfortunate teammate for Scuffy, but you still have control inside the hill. And now this final push is about to come through for Team Madness. They do have a player looking for the pinch, but Kayam finds 2 out in the middle of the map. Scuffy's got the close corner right behind the door, and now no one is even close. It's all up to one player to try and break in. Luan has to do it all himself. He will not be allowed to do so. So there is the close. Keep Fighting turn up in the last couple of hills in St. Petro, and they will close things out 250 to 181.
Unbelievable teamwork from Keep Fighting overall. We saw some incredible individual plays coming out. Like you said, Zetsi was going off in the beginning of that game, 15 kill spree. I mean, we can see some of these highlights coming up on screen also as well. But it's just it's crazy to see just the pressure and the answer back that we saw from Keep Fighting, despite the individual plays in the moments that were shared on the side of and now I'm blanking on the team name.
Oh, just for Team Madness there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the fact that that game was as close as it was exactly what I expected. But I think what really separated the lead was Scuffy's play in the back. I mean, you saw just a beautiful contest that came through on the hazmat building in P3. They were able to grab the majority of that time, despite Team Madness having the close spawns by the flower shop. And they were able to, of course, handshake that in what was just about 30 points for each team. They then have the rotation, and Scuffy, just the route man, just makes it happen.
That was huge from Scuffy.
Oh, it was the game changer for me. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's what won them the map because they secured Pool Hall off of it. Even though the spawns were still there for Team Madness, they gained control, and it's so difficult to break that hill with so many different corners and little things you can hide behind. So a little tough scene there for them, but nonetheless, it was a pretty close match, and there was a couple of highlights there for Team Madness. I think they just fell short. A little bit of a fumble with not finding the trade onto Scuffy, and that's just what cost them the game.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of potential for both teams to have a couple more close games going forward here. I really think, Team Madness, we talked about the skill of these players, the placing that they had in the last tournament, expecting some great comeback from them as well. Things will change quite a lot, though, going into our next matchup. We got Piccadilly S&D. What do you think coming into this one?
I mean, so what I heard from the last series that Team Madness played, Twix dropped a 17 bomb in Search and Destroy. I don't want to say that it's going to be one for Team Madness, but I think if it is going to be one, I think we're looking at Twix to really bring that one home. I touched on him as the big player to kind of watch out for as well, heading in towards that series. We didn't see that same performance that I've seen from Twix at previous Northern rivals. So I don't think is really going to be something that's going to be like a downfall for him. I think he's going to be able to bounce back. Absolutely. He also dropped the 40 bomb in the map #1 that they played in that last series in the Hardpoint. So it's not like it's just, he can only do it in Search and Destroy. I just think that there was just a lot of real big fire that happened and came out there from Keep Fighting. And well, they really did fight for that win and they got it. But for this one, St. Petro, we talked about some of the sniper play. Probably what's going to end up happening here for us again, I would have to imagine, for Piccadilly. But still, either way, it's going to be a close one. Both of these teams play a lot of Search and Destroy. Team Madness in particular, Luan's been winning some Search and Destroy tourneys as of late, so we'll see if he can maybe bring some of that in towards the mix. However, he does get first blooded for Wonders, and already a lot of great control will be netted for Keep Fighting.
Yep, nice early kill from Zetsi right there. Force a 5v4. Twix will back down. Lost a teammate in the process. Keeping things nice and even. Looks like A is the site to hit right down. Everybody's got the awareness of that. Storms will back off. He's got his teammates nearby here. Just looking for some sort of an opportunity to get a plant going, get a couple slays, get that opening. Playing things slow to start things up.
Now that they have eyes on the bomb, it's going to be real hard to try and retrieve and retake the site by A. Twix going to be the player that almost has to do this now. Grundy is slightly behind him, so 2v4 situation, 25 seconds. You have to make a move here, Twix. He's going to try to go up top, baits out some shots, but Storms will find Grundy, and now Twix in a 1v4. Won't be able to make any magic happen. Nice little double there from Storms. Also one of the big Search and Destroy players on Keep Fighting, who had a 1.9 KD coming out of their last Northern rival. So another player to watch out for as he brings in home the double kill, secures the round, and defense will be good for Keep Fighting.
Nice cross in the perimeter right there. That's what you want to see. If you can rotate up behind enemy lines, get a good cross on them, especially with your teammates drawing fire in the center of the map like that, just pick up some easy kills. It completely changes the game. Here we go, jumping into our next match. Of course, Keep Fighting with the bomb in hand. Looks like they are moving over to A side for now. We'll see how things play out. You've got a couple players pushing up in the perimeter on B. Try to get some cover. Smoke's coming out. Scuffy going to play this passively for now. Well, it looks like he has a line on the Macapaka. Shots in. A goes out. No kill just yet.
They might now know that there could be a push coming over towards B. It's maybe at the back end of Macapaka's finding a pick or two to maybe stop this aggressive push that could just take place for us at any given time. And shots do go through. Macapaka gets tagged up, but there's the win. Kayam was the opposing sniper for Keep Fighting, and now he is going to fall. So massive pick ends up coming on in for us. This will result in what could be now a stop, but Storms will answer back with the bomb in hand. Finds the player pushing through and will leave us in a 4v4.
Patient plays here from Storms. Though he's not aware of those players on that outside perimeter. Macapakas, he knows that player's there, and he snaps onto him. Great shot. That's 2 down also. Looks like we got an advantage on the side of Team Madness right now, and Maca's not putting down that sniper. Audio's going to have to push up with Storms here, makes it work.
Storms gets aggressive, finds Zesty. This is the big power position on defense, but he has such limited time. He needs to find this kill and drop the bomb just about immediately. And what a play from Macapakas here. Just realizing, listen, I do not have to challenge this. You might end up finding the kill, but doesn't matter because you still have to get the bomb down. So just a real nice disciplined play that comes through for him. Goes for the little shoulder peek, make sure he's not planning. He's not, plays his life perfectly, and secures the round on defense for Team Madness.
Some great work by Macapakas with that sniper, just keeping that one-man advantage at all times. And that really is what it takes down at the end, the end of the day there. When they're trying to plant the bomb, they just don't have the numbers to make it work sometimes. So great stuff there. Of course, now the bomb's going to be in the hands of Team Madness. We'll see if they change anything up on this strat here.
Storms 5-1 for us right now. He's having himself a real hot start. The Search and Destroy player, like I talked about, just pulling off some of these nice little plays and these big picks that are playing some pretty big influences on whether or not they're locking things down. He did it on the first defensive round, looking to do it again. Does get information with that stun, follows it up with the Semtex grenade, but that's not going to, unfortunately, find a kill. Scuffy now actually going to switch things up, and he decides to bring out the sniper. Kym's going to put it away, and he's going to bring out the sub, and Scuffy finds 2, and now Team Madness, they're in a heap of trouble. Kym can put on the Jets and decide to push on forward if he likes. Scuffy's even getting more aggressive, seeing how many picks he can get with the boomstick in this round number 3. Also the swing round, but that's a big answer back. Zesty does find Kym going a bit too aggressive, and now with 40 seconds on the clock, smoke going down, Team Madness, they need to figure out where they want to approach this bomb site.
Good idea, switching over to Scuffy with the sniper here. He's done work so far. Maka's now out of the picture also, and there you go, looking for the third player. Plenty of time to line that one up, too, and it looks like it took maybe a little bit too long as he lost a teammate in the process, but still an advantage on the side of Keep Fighting as he rotates over. Bomb still in hand of those players, both of them right in front. He gets 1 and 2. Amazing play right there. Did he ace the whole team? He aced the whole team.
Keep the boomstick in Scuffy's hand. That's all I'm going to say. I don't even know how we found that player, but the pistol in hand, he must have been peeking. I was really questioning Shyway on whether or not he should push out a library to make that play happen, but I think it was just one of those moments as a COD player where you're just feeling it, and you're like, listen, I'm just going to do this because I'm absolutely on fire. I'm letting it up, and well, he makes the correct play in that situation. But the pistol, I think, coming in at the end really just tops it all off, but my God, Scuffy puts himself here with 5 kills and all of them being in that round.
Oh, don't start this round off with even more momentum. I gotta catch my breath for a second here. Scuffy, he's looking for another angle. He's got some sweet angles in the start of this game. Zetzi getting a kill before he goes down, but Scuffy putting him down out of his misery there. It's a 4v4 right here in the round. They gotta watch out for Scuffy at this point. Man's going off.
He is going off. I mean, and we'll think about what this does to the team now that's playing against it. Twix does manage to grab a double despite that, but oh, you go for challenges exactly like that and things get really scary. But the Scuffy, oh, what? He gets a hit marker in the head there. I don't know about that. We'll question that. Either way, that should have been one that went to Scuffy. He's the last one alive, and Macapacus will take him down with a scope of his own, but either way, that was a bit of a tough one there. Definitely don't think that should have been a hit marker, but big play from Twix up top in the shoe store to be able to find the double and lands the Semtex as soon as the bomb goes down. Just having good, I think, realization that the bomb was probably being planted in that situation, and Scuffy just obviously can't really get a whole lot done with so many players left on the map.
And you got to remember Baka going off in that first round. We almost forgot about him with how well Scuffy played in the round following. But, I mean, Baka's been doing some great stuff with the sniper as well. The moment he finds Scuffy, he takes him down. And interesting from Scuffy. I got no comment on the hit marker right there. But something I noticed is just how patient the man is with the sniper. A lot of the time I see them, like, the moment they see body, they flick and try to get the shot. But Scuffy takes his time. He waits for the opportunity and lands good ones.
Macapacas, he's been finding himself a couple of big kills with the sniper as well, and he's opting in towards the HDR. Rick got a recent buff for as far as ADS time. Seeing the switch over towards it a little bit more. We'll see first blood for Luan. That's his very first kill. Will take out Wonders, finding himself a nice little opener. Now Luan with 2, so he comes back. Twix finds audio, and Scuffy's like, where the hell are my teammates going, guys? It's all up to Storms and Scuffy. Bomb planted at A, and Storms will find the first kill, finds the planter, but we'll have to work through a lot more here fairly quickly.
Just got to do a little door slam and then back up the other way. Hopefully that tricks somebody. Storms with the shots in. He actually does get the kill on Grundy. Macapacus with the kill on Scuffy, and it's all in the hands of Storms at this point in a 4v1. He does get 1, but yeah, not expecting too much more out of that situation. Madness will take the round.
Takes the round, brings it home. Madness will find now 3-2 in the score. This one is so very close, and there was just honestly so many search and destroy players that are in the mix of these lineups on either team that there is just any point in time where I think an individual can absolutely pop off, take over a round. We've seen it a couple times here so far, and I think that's why the score has been as close as it has been. 3-2 is what we're getting for ourselves, but who knows where it's going to go. Could maybe even see a potential rounds 11, but keep fighting. They haven't put to a stop at a couple rounds in a row, and while Scuffy's scope has not been nearly as effective as Zesty finds the opener, makes the aggressive push work, and takes the sniper out of the question here.
It's situations like that where I feel like Scuffy needs to have those quick reactions and just, hit him with the quick shots, or else he's going to go down. And he does there. A couple trades across the board here. Ultimately, a 3v3, anyone's game. We'll see, of course, how this plays out. They got the bomb over on A already. timer going down here. So a little bit of pressure on the side of Team Madness to push up and do something, but don't want to give up any easy slays just yet.
Storm's 8-4, trying to lock things down at the site. Man advantage for Keep Fighting. This is the round they need to bring it back to a tie game. And Storms with a massive kill up close. Teammate will finish off the very last one for us, so Keep Fighting will now go back and forth. We're halfway through our Piccadilly Search and Destroy map number 2, and Wonders will grab that very last kill to bring it on home. Anybody's game. Offensive rounds going over, defensive rounds being held down. It's up in the air for Shiloh. This is an absolute nail biter.
I couldn't ask for anything better. 3-3, 4-4, 5-5. Keep it close. Let's go. Let's get some back and forth here. So here we go. So we destroy attack on the side of Madness right now with Twix pushing up. Of course, teammates. Oh, it looks like they might actually be going for a B-side push, which we haven't quite seen just yet. Of course, playing passive for now. Just going to try to get the angles, get some picks so they know they have some information they can push up. But Twix with the first kill. Packers with the second. It's a good opening right here. And you can see a bit of a sneaky play from Scuffy hiding back on B side. And that might work out a little later.
I love this play from Twix right now, but is he going to know that there's a player left to him? It doesn't really matter because on the site, everyone's unfortunately going down. Zesty trying to salvage what he possibly can. And well, with those kills going through, leaves us in a 1v2 situation. Kayam will give away his position with that kill on towards Twix. So it looks like a technical 1v3. As he'll have to try and work and break through the setup. Has Dead Silence available here in a couple of seconds, and now he has the chance to pop in and get aggressive for himself if he so wishes. 30 seconds left, has to make a play fairly quickly. I think Macapacas might have seen him. Zesty's also in the very back, which is just a nasty power position. Kayam not opting the Dead Silence. Zesty takes him down. I think that call from Macapacas really did go through, so Team Madness will be able to hold on towards the 1v2 setup. The comms looked good. Zesty knew exactly where he was coming from, locks down the shots and brings it home.
Not a lot you could do in that situation. You'd have to, I guess, internalize the fact that one teammate had spotted you and be so careful approaching the back of that bomb site, just considering the power position that player had back there. He would have had to peek that angle early on because he just got melted. Of course, that will be a win. That's 4-3 for Team Madness. Now on the defense, keep fighting. Looking to keep fighting in this one and bring it back, keep it close. Of course, they do lead the series overall. 10-5 though for Storms right now. So a couple of these players still going off, still making some great plays in this midpoint in the match.
Look at this play from Grundy. He's looking to crawl right through, and he knows Scuffy's been sniping around here. I think this is just a great read for Grundy. He doesn't have the Dead Silence to make the aggressive play without being heard, so he's just going to try and hold and wait for the angle, and the angle will come. Grundy opens up with first blood, and he just intelligently backs away. He's like, listen, I've done my job. I've gotten the pick, guys. We have a man advantage. Now we need to stop them from planning, and Twix will do exactly that as we take out the top fragger and Storms out of the picture.
Seems like a lot of these strategies from Grundy early on have not been successful. So a good one from him right there, getting that kill and then backing off and keeping the advantage for his team. But Kume getting a kill also on the feed. Oh, and another one from Wonders as well. Keep things even, 3v3. Wonders right now going to wait for an opportunity here. Both players up in center map, just lying in prone. He doesn't know about that player number 2 who's over on his right. They might actually clash with each other right above. He might have hurt him. But Wonders, and the screen just looked away, but Wonders did get the best of that kill. And Audio going to go down also. Just back and forth, 2v2 at this point.
2v2. Wonders knows his position is known, so he's taking things a little bit slow, but Kayam finds Zesty, and now Macapacas 8-5, 1v2. He has the chance to be able to maybe find a massive round and put them just one away from being able to grab what could be a search and destroy. Big win for Macapacas. He has to know where the last one is, and I think he does, but he's going to maybe go for the defuse. It's a little bit risky, and there it is. Just a good peek. If he holds that angle, though, he might have had a chance at being able to take him down. It's either way, I think a 50-50. I don't think the call is wrong to go for the defuse here. Wonders just goes for a peek at the perfect time. Gets the read, finds it, and that will bring us to, once again, a tie score line in this search and destroy, as we will see 4-4 on the board.
Seems like it's very hard to win these attacking rounds. The defense, setting up, getting in good positions, especially when the enemy has to come to them. It seems like it's a lot easier to get the advantage in these reactionary situations here. But we'll see. The moment one of these teams win an attacking round, it's going to be a huge upset going on to that next defense.
Zesty finds first blood. Luan has the bomb. The smoke has already been utilized, so I'm not sure if they're going to use this to try and find the plant. Looks like the answer is yes. Kayam does get information with the stun, but won't be able to find the exit off the back end of the bomb going through. There's also a trophy there, but Luan peeks very aggressively and almost gives his life away. Kayam breaks open the door, but I don't think he knows there's a player right behind him. So Grundy finds the kill. Twix with Scuffy will leave us in a 2v3 situation. Now a 2v2. Audio with a massive kill takes Twix out. And what will they do to try to go for this retake? Grundy has just great positioning top, and Zesty finds the kill onto Storms. It's Audio in the 1v2 with limited time available. He knows where one is, he knows where the second one is, but he just does not have enough time to be able to work himself for the kill. And there it is. Zesty grabs the last two in the round. Team Madness will take the swing near the end and put themselves up 5-4.
Gets to that point where you have no choice left but to defuse. And everybody knows about it. Just a nice, easy kill to take him down to win that round. Of course, now on a match point. One more opportunity here for Keep Fighting to bring things back. Put themselves in a match point. So this round will determine that, of course.
Cool. Big, deep breaths for myself and the players on Keep Fighting. Pressure on the offense. They did find a successful take at A last time around, but they're playing very passively here so far. We have seen a couple of these routes like Macapac is doing who have gotten pushed up pretty far. And well, Storms moves up, but no one really moves with them. The trade is there. So at least you are able to deal with the kill and get rid of that positioning from Macapacas, but does give his team some pretty crucial information. And with 57 seconds left on towards the clock, Wonders has the bomb. It looks like the approach is over towards B. The smoke is going to go down, and it looks like the play is about to fall through. Audio with the kill onto Luan will open things up that much more as they move in towards the site.
Great opening from Audio. You can see Zetsy's forced to back off. They might have an opportunity for an attack here. Bomb, I believe, is being planted right now, and Zetsy still has to back off. They have info on what's going down here, so you can see the team rotating to accommodate. But at this point, the bomb is down, 40 seconds on the clock, and a great little setup coming out of Keep Fighting to bring things back here. You can see Scuffy all the way in the back corner. This is going to be so pesky when they finally take that opportunity to push up. Fight's coming in. Wonders with the first kill. This is looking like some difficult odds to overcome at this point, and it looks like it may very well be a win on the side of Keep Fighting with just one more player. Twix just trying to back off and stay alive. Of course, he cannot. 5-5, match point for both teams.
I kind of figured it'd come down to around 11 with the way that was going, and well, I'm kind of glad it did. But the real question is who's going to get offense? Because if Keep Fighting get offense, I mean, they've looked good now on the back end of their last two, where they've had a successful take over towards A as well as B. So it looks like Team Madness will be the team on offense for us. So defensive hold now needs to be strong for Keep Fighting. This is the chance to go 2-0 up in the series. On the other hand, Team Madness need this one to be able to propel themselves and keep the series going. They do not want to go 2-0 down. Kayam is going to opt into bringing out the sniper in round 11. It was Scuffy who was lighting things up earlier, but he is feeling himself in round 11, and we'll see if he can work any of these crucial picks.
We're going to see some nice picks from the sniper here. Cume just zooming all the way across the map, looking on that angle, but nobody's there just yet. A couple kills happening in the feed, though. Wonders on Zetsy, Luan's onto Wonders here, so even match still. 4v4. Playing kind of passively here. They do have the bomb right beside A site, so it's just a matter of coordination here. They might start planting that. No, he sees the light from the sniper, too. He'll back him down, but no kill just yet. Everybody's got information on where that bomb is. A big battle about to take place. We got a flanker, number 8, as well. Separate battle happened there. Scuffy will get the best. Twix with a kill onto Scuffy. So still trades across the board in this final match. I couldn't have it any other way.
Man advantage for Keep Fighting. Or rather 3v3, but have the positioning for themselves. And how are they going to be able to try and take the site? The bomb has to go down. I mean, time is winding down for us. The final 20 seconds, they're going to go for the bomb plant. Grundy will get this down, it looks like. So there's the information, but trades come in. Audio grabs one. Twix will grab himself the kill onto Audio in response. Storms finds Twix, and now Grundy in the 1v2 to potentially save himself the game. I think his position is going to be known, and he has no utility to be able to use. It's being diffused. He's pushing in. He has the chance to find one in the bomb. Grundy's on the bomb, but he's going to get at the worst time. He checks it now. He moves in, but Storms will ice up. Grundy had the chance to find him, but a very unfortunate play. He does not check and look down, so he will get taken out. Keep Fighting will clutch up for us, and they will take a lead in the series 2-0.
Grundy, not like this, my dude. Not like this. That's one of those plays where you go back and you watch the game afterwards and you realize what you missed and you just facepalm. Oh, that sucks for Grundy. Unfortunate and a very close nail biter of a game. A pleasure to watch and to cast, and hopefully a pleasure for you guys to watch also. But there you go. It looks like keep fighting. We'll keep fighting with their lead 2-0 in the series.
That is just so heartbreaking. I can only imagine the comms right now, between their squad. Like, that was the 1v2. I mean, it was one off the back end of winning the gunfight on towards Kayam, right? They don't play the risk of worrying too much about the clock and searching for the player, but I'm almost surprised Kayam didn't see him back bus where Grundy did. And I think maybe that was the information where he's like, okay, I think they know where I am. And he probably just wasn't anticipating that the other player to be on the bomb there, but he looked at him. It's just unfortunate.
It seemed like he did.
Yeah, I mean, it was maybe spectator, right? Podcaster, hard to say on our end, but either way, I mean, with the players leaving the game, I imagine things probably not too hot for as far as the comms, and being 2-0 down is not a spot you want to be. Your backs are up against the wall heading in towards this domination, and keep fighting. Well, everything now moving in their favor for what could be a potential 3-0.
Yeah, Grundy almost accidentally giving himself a huge advantage in that fight too. He was in an angle they weren't expecting. He got that first kill. Just unfortunate that things turned out the way they did. A bit of a tragic story for him, but of course it's not over. Team Madness have another shot. They got one more shot with this upcoming game, and that will be taking place on Hackney Yard in the form of Domination.
Right, and well, we saw the last Hackney Yard Dom. It was
we did. I don't expect it to go that way. Yeah,
I don't either. I think the Team Madness squad, they've played a lot together, and it almost just seems like when they haven't been able to make big strides in these specific Northern Rival tournaments, it's been off the back end of little mistakes, just exactly like we saw, right? And I mean, those little mistakes can be cleaned up fairly easily. The team play, the chemistry is there. The roles, I think, fit the squad extremely well. And I think it is a little bit uncommon, I think, to maybe see them 2-0 down in a series, but keep fighting are definitely bringing it on the day. And this is something that they lacked in the last Northern Rivals for the most part, is that they were unable to do some of these things that they're doing right now, which was clutch up in these, round 11 situations where, I believe it was Storms who did manage to ice the round despite things not going in favor of Grundy. It was still a 1v1 gunfight that could have went 50-50. So at the back end of seeing some of these players really step up, go big, just like we saw Scuffy do in, the big rotation towards P4 on St. Patrick, I'm just seeing a lot of really great results coming through from these squads. They're making a lot of the right decisions, a lot of the right calls, and their gameplay is also completely showing that here for us as well. But like you said, not over Hackney Domination. Whoever gets that favorite side, please, for the love of God, do not let things flip over its spots in the first minute. That's all I ask. And as long as that does not happen, I'm sure that we will get an absolute close banger.
Yeah, of course, you're going to want to take advantage of that take advantage of, I guess, your opening strat here, your opening spawn. If you get that favorable A-B side, and we'll see who gets it. Of course, it doesn't look like this is the real game. This is the opening practice match right here that will draw, and we will come back to lobby. They will be restarting that, of course, shortly. I'm wondering if some of these individual players can start to pop off again, though, because we saw, for example, Zetzi in that first match who went off. He had his 15-0 spree. Can he come back to life in this game? Hopefully. Macapakas did some amazing work with the sniper. Of course, that won't be in play in Hackney Yard. At least I wouldn't expect it. But can he, make some nice plays as well? Grundy had a bit of an unfortunate game overall in Piccadilly, and hopefully, he can take that L and gain some momentum and make a bit of a comeback in this what might be the finale for them if they of course don't win this upcoming match.
Yeah, right. Could be their top 4 finish, which, at the end of the day, you're still overall, okay with, but they want to be able to get themselves, that extra spot to the very least fight for what could be a chance in towards the grand finals. I mean, that's absolutely why you sign up towards these tournaments. And well, if we just take a look at the overall bracket before we, jump back in towards the game here, just to show you guys what's been unfolding for us and seeing everything that's kind of happened right now. We do actually have Saga, who's sitting in the grand finals. They've been doing a great job of being able to run through just about everybody that's matched up against them. I think 3-0 actually on almost every single series, if not every single one. Might have been one search and assure they lost, I believe, maybe in the quarterfinals. But other than that, they've been pretty much absolutely head on. And now we have Team 6, who's waiting for whoever ends up clutching this match out in our loser semifinal, which is looking a lot to be like Keep Fighting with their 2-0 lead. But I mean, I said at the beginning of the series here, I'm going to say it again. These are two very, very close teams for as far as skill level. The passion is absolutely here. It's just a matter of how far can the passion go for Team Madness now that you are 0-2 down and you're heading in towards a domination that you have to win to keep the series going. The first respawn, there were some good takeaways, but you have to, I think, clean up all of those small mistakes. You can't allow for those big multi-kills to come through to flip out spawns for as far as a map like this, because it is so punishing. And when you do end up losing them, well, sometimes you just end up losing the game because of it.
Yeah, they got to be so aware of these perimeter players. This is something I'm expecting to see is, assuming Team Madness gets that A-B start, they get that favorable opening, then hopefully they don't get a player like Scuffy flying all the way through on the perimeter, hiding in the backside of, A and coming in the right time to flip those spawns and flip the map. But I hear some action taking place. Of course, we are in this match already. Storms right now will be pushing up. They're contesting point B with two quick kills to kick things off here.
Right, we'll have to keep fighting on the favorite side, so it was expected of them to come away with the lead, but we will see an opening for player number 2. I think that's going to be Wonders. Has a chance to find a couple kills in the back. The top L controls there. Luan going to somehow lose that gunfight as Storms just finds the entry right in towards the site. Wonders still controlling top L. This is what we saw from Royalty in the winners final, where you're just controlling this power position. It's just stopping the push that comes in from top and bottom L. Wonders is just going to intelligently back down, but there's an opening that could push through. Team Madness have flooded all their resources into overextending. One player makes it past top useless. We'll have a chance to maybe win this gunfight and move in. He does, and he's got some support with them, so this could be a potential flip. A big gunfight for Macapakas. He breaks things wide open, and now they're looking to secure the flag.
This is exactly what you want to see from Team Madness if they want any hope of making a comeback in this series. A nice early flip from Macapakas, and now they have the spawn secured on side A. You can see the neutralization on B as well as they put the pressure on right away here, and that is great from the side of Team Madness. Of course, the points overall, maybe not in their favor just yet, but this is the map control you need to get any kind of a string going here.
Kayam going to try and be the first entry man on being able to gain control of the warehouse. That's your next play if you're Keep Fighting. There's no real chance to play for spawns due to Team Madness flooding the middle of the map right now. And look at those spawns. They do end up coming over towards the office side of the building for us. But Kayam will open up with 2, looks for 3. Not going to have enough ammo in the clip to bring it home, but has a chance at going for the fight once again. And now a defensive setup coming through with his flank from player 6. That's, I believe, going to be Luan, who opens things up with the kill onto Wonders. And once again, this top L position needs to be controlled for Keep Fighting. If you're not controlling it, you're just going to open up those flanks to the middle of the map. You're not going to have control of the warehouse, but they have now found a good stack of kills that are coming through. Unfortunately for Wonders, has to back away, but nonetheless, they have a chance to entry in. It looks like it's being shut down. Wonders has to make himself a big play here while teammates are coming off spawn.
Yeah, Wonders flying up here. Should get that second kill, and he does. Nice work getting the neutralization on B, and it looks like he will be successful here. Just going to have to stay alive a little bit longer. Then Zetzi will take him down. Zetzi with a nice defense here. They're clearing it out. Doing a great job. Team Madness early on in this game, getting these early points, getting that top L set up. They got that wall in the back on point A as well, which is so destructive with the high ground back there. Things are looking real rough for Keep Fighting. Can't seem to find their footing early in game.
Zesty trying to land himself. So some shots on the cross. Top L is going to be secured for Keep Fighting, but they have not been able to get themselves any footing in the warehouse. And I think it's been off the back end of these openings that have been coming through the middle of the map. They have to get their assault rifle player maybe playing top heaven, moving over towards top green, controlling just a little bit more so it allows them to flood through. And now the flood will happen. But they leave up top L once again. So now they have to watch their back and watch their front. So this is actually a really good play for Team Madness. They find the early flip. They've been controlling the B flag for the majority of the time, and it's netted them a little bit of a lead for the most part in towards the warehouse. And we're going to see all those gunfights go through. The subs are just firing on all cylinders. They shut down the push, and now they just have to retrieve the B flag here as they find that kill.
Keep Fighting looking a little uncoordinated in the beginning of this game here, jumping out, losing those high ground positions, trying to almost desperate their way through a neutral and secure on the point. But it looks like Hume may be able to do this, and he does just barely get that secure on the point. Storms there to pick up the pieces as well as he holds down point B, and you can see some players flanking up through point A, so maybe a chance here to flip the map if they play this correctly. One goes down. You still got player number 2. I believe that's Wonders, who's pushing his way through, and Storms with the flank on the other side. Shots into Zetzi as well. You can flip up and get this shot. This is all blue on the kill feed as well, and it looks like they might be able to flip this. Neutral comes in. Storms with the cutoff. Great team plays and execution coming out here from Keep Fighting. They are melting the opposition.
best case scenario. I mean, a triple cap coming on the very end of what was your favorite side is probably what's going to end up saving the game if you do end up bringing things back in towards the second half for you. C will have to be taken for Team Madness. They still have a slight lead, but that should diminish for themselves as there's still 30 seconds left, so they do hold on towards this 2 cap. There will be another netted 6 points or so that end up coming over. Wonders with some big kills to make sure no neutral happens on towards A. Now I expect there to pretty much just be an absolute sprint towards these flags. Try to get a neutral if you can. Just stop some of these points from coming in, which is exactly what Wonders will do. He's going to retrieve the flag back towards full on their own. He's on a spree as he will find 5 at the end of this first half, and Keep Fighting will take a lead going in towards the unfavored side. But again, when you come out of that first side, Shyway, I talked about it in the last domination here for us on this map in Hackney Yard, is you want to have at least a cushion of 20 points, and you're going to be only up by 1. So you have to almost do the exact same thing that Team Madness just did, which was flipping the spawns out and getting control, or just having insane control in the warehouse and holding on towards the 2 cap, which is not easily done by any means.
So like you said, favorable position for Team Madness to be in. Even if they're at a 1-point deficit, they got the spawns, they've got the map control off the rip here. All they have to do is hold it down and keep fighting. They got to do what they do best, keep fighting their way through this, of course. Starting on C side, they'll cap that, pushing up through B in the warehouse here. We get the early capture on point A, of course, from Team Madness. Smokes come in. They got that top L control as well. If they can push up and take advantage, Storm right now. Hopefully fly through, trophy down. Early secure here. They got all the numbers at point B. It does look like Keep Fighting has an advantage coming up on this hill here. Shots into Grundy to keep them back also. It's good plays from Keep Fighting at the start.
That great opening that ends up coming in, so they do get that warehouse control like I talked about, and now it's about holding on to it because you have to flood your way through with just usually only 2 ways, top L and through the middle of the map. So we'll see if they can continue to do that. In the meantime, they do deal with a player that tries to go for the push through. That was Kayam trying to get the flip, but there's a couple of leaks in the defense. Wonders also finds a bit of an opening, but Luan will turn and help him and finds the double. Audio with a big win won't be able to do so. So Macapaka shuts down the 1v1 at C. Make sure they will hold on to it, but this is a very untraditional moment. The spawns are actually coming in over towards C. B is in control of Keep Fighting. So you have to somehow get your resources across the map, and it looks like the exact same thing that happened on the first side is happening for us again. The only difference is that Macapakas could make the play. He finds the first one. A will be secured by Storms, and they will deal with Macapakas on the push over towards A. So the flip ends up coming in once again 1 minute in, which is just absolutely insane. What they exactly had to do ends up happening, and now they will have a slight lead as they hold on towards A and B.
Yeah, and Scuffy going off right now with those 2 kills on the defense, just taking full advantage of their opportunity to get through to A and control the favorable map or side of the map. And it's interesting considering Team Madness sent a player all the way over to C side to flip things around and get this awkward AC setup. But really all it did was just, made them short a man for the push over on the side of A. Looks like Wonders and Team can take advantage. Wonders with top L control as well, spots once. Looks at Macapakas as well, and not quite able to get him just yet. Gonna have to Dipsy Doodle his way out of this situation. Zetsi with some kills on the feed also. But there you go, Macapakas. I can't seem to find a chance just yet. He'll get taken down. Team Madness with the favor here.
115 to 105, very close. Could go either way, honestly, at this point in time for us. I really honestly have no idea where this one's gonna go. It's gonna be secured at the very least. But you have to try and lock down a setup, which is so difficult to do. You have a player that's making an overextension play towards A. Macapakas will find the kill. Will also try to back up for himself, and this is best case scenario. You have 2 actual flags netting you points, and you have a home flag that is currently not going to be secured. Macapakas plays the time perfectly, will find Kayam, and now he's got support with them, so the flip might just come through. Player 2 over here for us will be Wonders. He does grab the kill at C and wins the gunfight, but Macapakas stays alive, finds the double. He does it all by himself at A. He is on a 5 spree, but has to win one more gunfight. Can he go big, or will he go down? It looks like the spawn should be there. B is also still being secured. Team Madness with an amazing bounce back in towards the second half. They fumbled the first little couple of minutes, but they are now going to be in control very shortly. They just have to play things out, do the fundamentals, and if they do exactly that, we will see a map 4.
Maca leading the charge. Team Madness taking advantage of the game once again, and we may, like you said, see a map 4 if they keep this up. Of course, minute 30 left in the clock. A lot of time and opportunity for anyone to take this game. But Twix, going to try to stop that from happening. They got cut off on the perimeter as well. You can see these shots going in. Everybody on the side of Keep Fighting trying to fly through the perimeter over to A, and now changing their mind, getting over to B side. Not really sure how they want to play this out just yet. It looks like we got a couple trades back and forth here. Scuffy going down. Some of these players that Keep Fighting look a little confused as to what they should be pushing, and they're losing time in the process.
This is just an insane amount of burst of motivation, whatever you want to call it, momentum. It's just coming out of nowhere, and Team Madness are running away with it at the very least. They found now, I believe, 6 or 7 kills in a row. Finally, Storms is going to add a little bit of green or teal, whatever you want to call it, in towards the feed for us, and that's going to play the difference in what could be the closeout. 12-point differential. If you're Keep Fighting, you would have to move in for a flag cap at B, as well as a neutralization over towards the home flag, and that is simply not going to happen. There is not enough time on the clock to be able to do so for you, and the setup is just looking so strong. Everybody gets cut down. Team Madness, well, maybe their team name should be Keep Fighting Shy Away, because they are absolutely fighting at the moment. They're bringing it back, and they will see another hard point for us to see if they can send us to a map 5.
Finally finding their footing in game 3. Team Madness will they've secured this. It's done, even with the trip cap right here, the final 5 seconds. Team Madness, excellent work, just staying in this series, get themselves over to a game 4, and can they run with this momentum? Is this is this the team turning over a new leaf? Is this some confidence, taking on the rest of the series? I feel like we might have some new signs of life here. That's the thing, is every single game up until this point has been nail-biter close. So this may very well flip around. We could have a reversal here.
The craziest thing, I think, is that, this could very easily just be a 2-1 series lead right now for Team Madness, right? Like, they could be the team that's, coming ahead with a swing map for themselves in the Hackney Yard Domination, and they're now putting Fighting backs up against the wall in that map number 4. But it just comes down to that unfortunate circumstance in the round 11 1v2 where Cruddy doesn't see the player, so now they have to pull off the reverse sweep in order to see that loser's final. So a lot of emotions being played with for themselves, and I was questioning whether or not they were going to be able to bounce back, but I think just due to the nature of having so much time played together with this Team Madness squad is really, I think, one of the driving factors on why they were able to do that. But that was crazy Hackney Yard, Shy Away. Like, you saw a flip happen on the favorite side 1 minute in for Team Madison. The exact same thing happened up against Keep Fighting. They were able to push through it and do it. It's just Team Madison were able to find an opening off the back end of Macapacas. Really, like, he was the player that honestly solidified that domination for them. I'm going to say absolutely. The kid just went nutty. He found, I think, a 5 or 6 spree. He stayed alive for so long, and that played the difference in why they were able to get things back in their favor.
Yeah, definitely the beauty of COD in some of these moments is are these talented players able to excel in these crucial moments and make these these excellent plays that kind of give their opportunity for their entire team essentially. But just crazy what Macapacas has put together, opening things up for his team, flipping the spawns once again, flipping map control once again, and managing to snake their way back into victory. Of course, that means we got a couple more matches, potentially at least one, and that's going to be Gunrunner Hardpoint coming up next.
And this one, I think, is played the most, right? Like, this is probably the map that is scrimmed the most by far when teams are playing. It's usually the first one played in the rotation. So if the scrim ends up getting chalked, you've usually already played this one at the very least, and 10s as well. First map that usually ends up popping up for you, or Hackney Yard. So probably, I think, the map that is most understood from the majority of the COD players within the scene that are playing at least competitively, right? There's not some crazy things that you can just do on this map. It's just the standard 3-lane map with intertwining middle lane for you, and you're just trying to fight for the most favored spawns around P2 and P5. Those are the money hills, and the team that's typically at least rotating and locking things down with a setup and grabbing the majority of the points is usually the team that ends up coming out with the win in whole off the back end of the map. So that's what we'll kind of look for heading in towards this one. I mean, I'm sure these also teams that might have even scrimmed against each other a little bit coming up towards this Northern Rivals, our very last one for us too. So they might even have an understanding of what players are trying to do what. But you have to make sure Scuffy doesn't do what he did in map number 1. And as long as you can hold on towards the back and not let anyone slip through, and that will be how Team Madness, I think, sent us towards a map number 5.
Yeah, and definitely something we could see is or hopefully, if you want any chance of breaking these setups, are coordinated pinches from these teams coming in and flanking through and getting opportunities. Of course, we are jumping into this game. We're going to find out how that works out in our first hardpoint center of the map here. A lot of time you can get off of this hardpoint if you take control of it early on. Don't necessarily need to flip over to P2 right away, and we'll see if Keep Fighting can take advantage of this timing they've gained at the beginning of the match here.
Wonders opens up with a beautiful two-piece, allows them entry, and you don't see a whole lot of time usually collected off of P1 for the most part, but if you do control the crates area, and you are able to sometimes do it. We do see that push through, and Twix does exactly what we typically see. Controls the rock, tries to get these players off of the hill itself, and we even see Zesty and Luan get themselves in towards the mix. Zesty's going to opt in for the Ram 7 here once again as well for themselves, and they are going to be able to find that kill all the way towards the back here, but keep fighting. They get themselves the flip. This is really not what you wanted to see. They grabbed 21 points off of P1. They now are controlling at least the early rotation here on what could be an initial setup in the middle of the map out front of P2 to lock things down, which they are doing exactly that. 3 kills now will fall in toward the feed. Scuffy pushes up to try and allow even more positioning here in the map, and this is not looking like a very strong start here for Team Madness, and this first push is going to have to be very crucial and massive for them.
Yep, and if you look at all that blue on the kill feed, this is looking like a best case scenario for Keep Fighting. With the defense right now on P2, they got the advantage in time on P1, and they got these wide perimeter locations to hold down here. Audio can just get some nice cross fire in, and he gets 2. It's looking so difficult at this point to push up on the hill, but you can see a crates area spawn. All these players spawning up nearby. They will be pushing through that side of the map, but it doesn't matter, though. Look at the kill feed. What's going on? Keep Fighting, literally killing everything in their path.
I mean, this is just looking like an absolute rampage. I don't know if we switched hosts or what exactly happened for us, but Keep Fighting are running away with this one for the time being, and you have to try to deal with these spawns and these rotations. They lost and fumbled the spawns to begin with, and now they're fighting for the spawns in the back where Wonders has some support with them. We will see 1 kill go through, but the trades are just so much stronger, and now these spawns might actually come right out beside P2, and they do. Because that hill was still alive, there's a little bit of these deeper spawns, but Macapakas is going to be able to go big with the help of Grundy, so they will at least touch the hill first. They now have the support and making sure that they don't get pinched out. There's a player number 6 here for it. That's going to be Audio, has the chance to pinch things here, and those spawns are even forced back further, so you have to find these kills and push things out. If you're Keep Fighting, you're just allowing free time to be collected for Team Madness. They finally make the call to do so. Audio gets dealt with on the pinch, but you force these spawns back once again, and Team Madness now have to move through just some of this initial parts through coal before they can even get close towards the hill.
Some excellent coordinated rotations coming out from Keep Fighting right here just to make their way through and break that setup, and now just trying to control from the back. Audio right now looking for an opportunity to push up. Of course, his enemy's up on the minecarts. Just hiding behind here. So pesky you can be if you're just sitting behind this spot, but Luan taking the best of him. He goes down also. Just trades across the board, but it looks like Keep Fighting ultimately getting the best of this situation. They will collect that time, and already they're setting themselves up, getting ready to jump into that next point, control that early on.
Twix trying to keep himself alive up top. We'll find the kill, so they are going to be able to deal with the first initial, but Twix needs to try and maybe work for a second. His teammates actually win their gunfight, so now he can take the top. Cargo Crate, so he's going to fumble the jump a bit, but still wins the gunfight nonetheless. Hops right back in towards the hill to lock things down for his squad. And Team Madness, they're desperately in need of some time here, and Twix is going to try and give it to him on the 4 spree, doing everything he can to try and get his team back in towards the game, and they will at the very least find the first 30 seconds of this hill. Twix is still on a rampage, finds himself 5 in a row, locking down the crates. It's Kayam who will be able to put that spree to rest, but his subs are still in the hill, and you still have to find so many kills, and it looks like Keep Fighting might not even be able to touch this hill despite that first initial push they had at the beginning, and this is obviously not what you wanted to see, but Scuffy opens things up a tad bit, so the scrap time might be collected, and now they're going to have to try and back things up, which they will do exactly that, play for the spawns, and this is the big hill. It's going to be the P5 money hill that they're looking to run away with the lead with.
Yeah, P2 and P5 are just so important to get as many points as possible. In the back of the map here, so much easier to set up, as Etsy and team will have to push up and try to do something to tear this down. But Cume's got the angle. You know he's just going to be waiting for the moment they challenge. And there you go. First one comes in. Maka's behind. Unable to get any kind of an angle here. I love this rotation as well. He will get the best of this player also. Oh, no. Macapakas will take him down with the flip. Still, they're unable to quite get that point in control, and they're losing time in the process. Wonders will push up, and they continue to defense here. Things looking great for the side of Keep Fighting. Oh, they were.
Yeah, they were for a quick moment. Wonders is trying to get himself in. They will deal with a kill, and yeah, Keep Fighting. They're going to have themselves a massive massive lead heading in towards the reset of the hills, and Team Madness have just simply not been able to hold on towards the favorite spawns for P2 and P5. Like I talked about at the beginning of the game, Keep Fighting have been winning it, and that now has reflected on the scoreboard. Kyle takes an aggressive challenge, but Zesty will be there to shut him down at the very least. You're seeing a couple of underwhelming performances. Macapac is not doing what he did last time for himself. Zesty and Grundy also a couple of slow starts. It's really just Twix who's been keeping them in the game, and you need your submachine guns to be popping off a little bit more if you're going to be able to actually get yourselves back in to force a map number 5. And it all starts with trying to control the washrooms and the cargo crates, but Kayam is just playing this roaming role just ever so beautifully, as you're seeing him just get around. He's fumbling the jump a bit, but Luan will find the kill. And now if your team Madness, you need to fight and make sure they're not collecting free time off of P1, which they've been doing here over the course of these last couple hills.
At the very least, hold down P2 and stop them from making their way over. And it looks like nobody's quite rotated yet, but number 9's making his way on the wide perimeter. Cume right now with the defense. Also, they're still just trying to get the remaining points in this hill and maintain that lead. And I mean, you can see it on the scoreboard right there. Scuffy getting his 24th kill now on a 3-kill spree, 24 and 12 at this point, looking pretty damn dominant in the latter half of this game as they rotate over to P2. But it looks like finally Team Madness is in position. They're set up. They can get the early points and hopefully lock this down and get something on the board here, some sort of comeback for them.
Wonders tagged from the side. So far, so good with the first push that ends up coming in. But one player manages to creep in, I believe, from either the top or the side. But they do manage to find that. Zesty with the 2-piece will secure and get it done. And looks like the first couple of hits aren't going to be good for Keep Fighting. Audio looks to take the high ground, but won't be able to get the jump up. So now he just decides to move into the hill, finds one, and looks like the break will actually be there. Team Madness are going to flip out with a spawn. So this is what should not have happened. Obviously, Team Madness needed to hold on towards the spawns and get a full 60, because Keep Fighting are going to be able to break 200 points if they grab the last 20 seconds here. It's really all up to one, but Grundy trying to go big. The wall bang's good. The trade will come in for Luan, so the scrap time goes over. Team Madness will see the light of 100 points at the very least, but now this rotation has to come in or it might cost you the game.
Great work from Team Madness managing to stop, something that could have been tragic for them. They did manage to kind of flip over and stop that. But of course, you can see they're set up for that P3. Wonders right now hiding behind the minecart. All they need is just over 50 seconds to take this lead. And just considering how efficient they've been playing so far, you'd think they have it, but hopefully Team Madness can do something to fight back here. It looks like they have regained control and got the setup in. Wonders and team can try to push up here and break this. It's going to be tough. There's the first kill.
Wonders needs to combine for more than one. Can he move in? He will have his teammates there. Kayam opens it up. 25 seconds to play for, and I think Team Madness understand that they might have to hit this one more time, especially now that they spawned out. The ideal push through here would be to move through Cole, find the P3 break, and then try to get yourselves in towards the back here to play for favorable spawns around P5. But if we do remember, Team Madness did secure about a full hold over by the cargo crates. Now that needs to happen again, or as I've been saying, it might just cost them. And this hill in particular will put them just around about, I believe, 225, 226. The final tick comes in. Beautifully done. And Storms will try to make this rotation happen as he finds the back end of 2 kills. Storms finds 3. Zesty's taken down, and well, things are looking tough. They do break in. Keep Fighting might just put an end towards this run here for Team Madness. It's 122 to 229. You can still win off of this hill, and the call will be made to hit this a few more times for sure. But they need to try and coordinate, slow things down, make sure you're setting up for these pinches, and that's exactly what Wonders is doing right now in the middle of the map. He's going to try and pinch things out to see if they can get themselves a coordinated hit to find the break. Wonders does find the first one. Scuffy tries to respond with a turn on towards Macapakas. We'll be able to take him out, but now can you gain entry? It looks like they're not even going to play for the break anymore. They realize, listen, we can't win off of this hill. Let's simply play for the rotation, and now it's up to Team Madness, who do hold the time on towards P4 for us, which was obviously what they had to do. They need to move through on what needs to be at least 1 or 2 first pushes to get themselves in towards P5, and it's going to have to be done real quick.
It's getting to that point where even just a couple seconds of scrappy time is detrimental for Team Madness if they can't seem to get themselves out here. And it looks like they already got the setup in the hill, 235, 36 and counting. Can they break this setup? You've got multiple players flying through. If they're going to break it, it has to happen now with only 8 seconds left. Wonders with the defense here, and the smoke comes in. But all the players flying in together. One coordinated push could stop this, and they have no choice but to do that with 48, 9, and 50. Keep Fighting will win in dominant fashion in Game 4 and take this series on to losers finals.
Team Madness knocked out of the tournament. Good run for them, however. They will finish in 4th place and our very last Northern rivals. And while Scuffy, I mean, he was really the man that was doing it all in a lot of these hard points. You see, I believe it was a 3 or 4 piece that comes in there for him, puts up some pretty decent numbers here for his squad with a 28 bomb. And it's just exactly what you needed from him, I think, in both of the hard points. Played a lot of the difference for me, Shyway, I think, playing for the spawns.
Yeah.
Really, I think starts off the season, or starts off the map number 1 beautifully with the 3-piece in towards the back. That translates pretty well in towards this hard point as he finds a lot of those big openers to find the breaks, secure the spawns, and they were just a step ahead of them on P2, on P5. Those are the hills that, are going to tack on the most amount of score for you. And there was unfortunate Team Madness just were unable to hold on towards setups, it seemed, in that map number 4.
Really seemed to all come together for Keep Fighting in that last game. Definitely just overall teamwork. And if you look at the kill, the scoreboard, it really kind of just tells the story is that there wasn't really one specific standout in that last game. It was the entire team just going off. Everybody's, in the late 20s in kills as far as their performance, but just their ability to break into a setup and recontrol it and then set themselves up for the next rotation and hold that down. It just seemed like they were doing that efficiently, consistently, and, that resulted in their win. There was some signs of life from Team Madness. They got that one win. I thought maybe this could be a total run back. Maybe it could have been a reversal, but it looks like they're going to shut them down for now. But they've got a hell of a lot to overcome in the upcoming series.
Yeah, lots to overcome here up against Team 6, who, to be fair, they're not looking super scary or super dominant by any means. Like, this is absolutely a chance where you can maybe look to carry some of what you just did in this series and pull that in towards the next one, because I think there might just be maybe some role issues potentially here for as far as what they want to do. We know Haller, of course, a big AR, Flawless, a big AR, but having both of those players in towards the meta, maybe not fitting as well as we would anticipate with the roster themselves. Or maybe it was just because Saga is that dominant and they are in peak form at the end of the season heading in towards these last couple challenger events. Hard to say, but I mean, Team 6, I think, are going to have a dominating performance here if they're going to have any chance at being able to take down our massive juggernauts here for Team Saga in that grand final.
It absolutely seems like one team is going to have to dominate the other, whether it's Keep Fighting or Team 6. It's going to have to be, they have to run over them because that's essentially what's going to happen with Saga once they get there. Saga has not bled once yet. I think they've 3-0'd, like you said, everybody so far. Just complete, clean slate for them. They're dominating this tournament. So it's almost like a fight for second place unless something crazy happens up in this next series. And one of these teams just gain momentum and completely go off. And that's what we're looking forward to. Hopefully we get an incredible, intense match in our losers finals. We'll find out shortly. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. No more Northern Rivals coming up next.
Hey, yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a test, man. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no, I'm the best, man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first. I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse. Wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy. Sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions to becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack jet on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Fans just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the tight that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. To be so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning. Ooh, but I don't save, I spin it. Ooh, now a little hoe finna put it. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, pull a full outfit, then on. Ooh, all of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net, got out there with no pendants. Finish Spanish. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I will ball out, but the rent is due. Run a lot of stash, your pen is blue. They're like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow right, nigga, need no mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money is plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, I'm caving my chest in. This life is a testament. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it, it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack jet on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Fans just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the tight that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. To be so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning. Ooh, but I don't save, I spin it. Ooh, now a little hoe finna put it. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, pull a full outfit, then on. Ooh, all of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net, got out there with no pendants. Finish Spanish. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I will ball out, but the rent is due. Run a lot of stash, your pen is blue. They're like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow right, nigga, need no mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money is plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a testament. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack jet on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis is trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the tight that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Who gon' me gotta stay winning. They be so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah. Put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spend it. Ooh, now a little hoe finna put it. Ooh, I should put a bar in that cannon. Ooh, put a full outfit dead on. Ooh, all of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net, got out there with no pendants. He said to finish Spanish. That mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Run a lot of stash, your pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right, nigga, need no mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a testament. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions, becoming habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack jet on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope.
We are back with Toronto Ultra, the Northern Rivals. We are just about to kick off losers finals. Of course, I'm Shyway, and I'm joined by Beatdown Cast. Beatdown, welcome. How you doing, man? Have you been catching any of the matches up until this point so far?
I've been keeping up with all of them, actually, and that's why I'm really excited for this particular matchup right here. Keep fighting. I don't want to say barely. I don't think that's fair. I think they had a pretty strong showing against Team Madness in that last matchup here. But right now, they're up against Six, who, of course, if you've been watching on the day, has Lurid on the team. Lurid is the guy we keep talking about. He's won every Northern Rivals with his squad. Of course, they change the players here and there, and they definitely change their name every tournament. But once we know he's on it, we know they are pretty big favorites to win it all. So I'm really curious to see if that's going to prove true today, because this is losers finals. This is kind of the last chance. You don't really get that buffer of saying, oh, we can go down to losers and win our way back. This is that.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I feel like Keep Fighting would need to prove themselves against Six, and Six would be kind of a tightened team to go up against, Six got completely dominated in the first series we watched today up against Saga. So Six has some proving to do as well. It's basically a situation where one team's going to have to dominate the other team if they want a chance against Saga, who seems to be impenetrable at this point. But let's take a look at the bracket real quick, and we can just get a sense of course, how far we've come here. You know, a lot of things have happened so far.
Yeah, they definitely have, and I'm basically just mostly interested in who is going to come out on top in this particular matchup. We've seen a lot of different results pop out of here today, but again, like, honestly, I wanted your opinion, Shyway. You were the one covering the match in that last game. Do you think Six takes this one, or what do you think?
I definitely think Six takes this one, just on paper, right? As far as the roster, like the talent on the roster, that what we've seen from this roster previously, you know, you've got amazing players on there with, you know, Goodnight, Pharma, Flawless, Hauler, and Cilantro. The type of performance I've seen from these guys in previous Northern Rivals tournaments, my only expectation is they're going to run through this, but it remains to be seen. Of course, we could also take a look at our maps and game modes coming up next. That will give us a pretty good indication of how things might go. Of course, Losers Finals will be kicking off with Ramaza Hardpoint.
Yeah, which is going to be really exciting. We have St. Petrograd, Search and Destroy as well, Gunrunner for Domination, Azure Cave if we bring it back to the Hardpoint, and then, of course, for that Map 5 special, it would be Piccadilly Search and Destroy. And honestly, especially with the 3 O's, 3 ones that we've been seeing here, it would be really exciting if this matchup did end up going to a Map 5. And a funny, interesting thing that's been consistently happening here at Northern Rivals, it's always the losers finals that ends up being a banger of a match, and then the finals end up being a bit of a stomp.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So that's why it's a pleasure to cast it with you. Just you know, just a matter of time. And that's the thing, is this is probably going to be the closest. Well, we don't know, because I don't want to jinx anything, but I feel like this might be one of the closest matchups in the entire tournament coming up here. Just considering what we've seen from Saga so far, only expectation is that they'll continue to dominate. But hopefully, you know, this sets a good precedent for that going forward. As far as Ramaza Hardpoint, any you know, keys to success that kind of come to mind for these teams if they want to start things off strong?
Well, honestly, I think part of it is you really want to set yourself up on that first hard point, because it is once you really get the ball rolling there on that map, it is a lot easier for you to be able to actually start to sort of snowball a victory here, because it's not the kind of map that has a really wide open first hard point. Like, I'm thinking of Azure Cave, for example, where the first one is kind of a wash. It could either go 50-50, but here, a bit of a smaller map. You want to get yourself set up on that first hard point. Not only that, you have to play it forward, like we always say in these past tournaments here. You got to worry about the next ones as well. You have to make sure you're rotating appropriately. And here we are. We're getting started here on the first map.
You look at Team 6, of course, up in construction. They have so many opportunities to control, get points, and set themselves up for that second spawn. So you would think 6 has that advantage kind of going into the opening of this game here. You can see a nice little rotation from Keep Fighting, though. In advance, they're getting themselves ready for P2, as they're also trying to put some pressure up on the top of that P1 spawn. But it looks like right now all that time's being controlled by Six. Goodnight right now with the defense being contested, though he'll get taken down by the nade. Cume coming in, Wonders with the kill as well. So great turnaround here to get some points. And you can see number one just sitting in the back of P2, readying himself for that rotation once that happens.
Yeah, and it's really impressive that Keep Fighting do manage to get some of the scrap time here. This P1 hill is very difficult to get onto just because you have very limited route options there. And of course, you know, Keep Fighting are going to be watching it. But it looks like Six are going to sneak their way back in for a last couple of seconds. But either way, pretty even. The problem now, though, if you Keep Fighting, is that Six have actually managed to rotate very well, and the spawns are not favoring Keep Fighting right now. They are at the center of the map trying to make their way forward to this P2 hill, but they're kind of stuck right now.
They're looking trapped like rats, as you can see on the mini map on the bottom there. They've got this great perimeter control on the side of Six, just melting them from all angles. And of course, the kill feed says it also, with 4 kills going on the side of Six, shots in through the smoke just to hold them back a little longer. And now 60 points and counting as they surmount this lead here. Flawless can just stay in the back of the base. He does get overwhelmed, though, and they should be able to contest and maybe pick up some scrappy time before they rotate over to that Barber shop. You can see the spawns in the favor of Six. They're spawning up right beside Barber, and they will be able to rotate there early.
And it's happening again. Six get the majority of the time, and they are already in prime position for this next hill. Is going to come up in a couple seconds now. However, there is Shufi, who is in the very back here. Looks like he's trying to mess with the spawns of Six, hopefully give Keep Fighting an advantage too. You see him hanging out in this back corner here, and it's all going to be about Keep Fighting. They need to start getting some kills, so this will actually come to fruition here. But he's also going to try and sneak into the back. He might be able to get the drop on someone, but unfortunately, oh man, Pharma is just too quick.
Man, Scuffy put all that time into that sneaky play, walking up silently, but it just some amazing hearing coming out of Pharma or something. Turns around, jump shots him, takes him down, and that's just points in the favor of Six as they start to run away with this one early on, 94 and counting. Tom can just look for defense. You will start to see the players on Keep Fighting hopefully rotate their way over to construction here. It's some sort of a defensive setup. They get themselves ready for this next hard point. Tom can push up, shots into Wonders, back him down for a second, and then looks away and gets taken out. But still, the point's heavily in the favor of Six.
And this time it looks like Six managed to grab more or less a full 60 off of this hill, and they have really widened the gap so much further. It seems like Keep Fighting do have the better position here, but look at that. You have someone in the background, Pharma, ending up picking up 2 kills there, really messing with Keep Fighting's ability to grab time here. They're still going to hold on to this position, but they keep losing people in the background, and look at that. Kaihum just runs right into his death there. So just like that, Six are going to reclaim, or rather claim hold of this hard point.
Flawless Slayer putting in a ton of work right now for Team Six. 12 and 5, 3-kill spree. 13, my bad, make that 13. He's got an angle on Audio, and somehow doesn't react to that situation, though. Audio slide and get the kill, get some sort of contention. It looks like they can't, though. 143 and counting, now rotating over to the next hill, and it looks like they might even have the spawns on the side of Six for that P5 hill as well, as long as that player number 9 can stay up and continue to contest. But nobody quite ready just yet. Goodnight going to say goodbye to another player and a second as well. The Slay's just so heavily in the favor of Six. I don't know if there's any chance for a comeback if they can't switch things now.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too, because Keep Fighting, because they're so far behind, they are trying to fight for as much scrap time as they can get because they know they need to catch up. But at this point, if you are losing these 1v1s, the fact that Six tend to greed for this scrap time is a way you could potentially set yourself up for these next hard points here, but it's not being capitalized on right now, and they keep trying to take these even fights. The Six are just outslaying them right now. Everybody above 10 kills, only Wonders on Keep Fighting can say that about himself here, and Six just seem like they are dominating right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely happening. Scuffy's got to turn that around, though. Nice shots from him. Looking for a second, and he can't get him just yet. He'll die. He's taken out here. Still the defense on the side of Six. Flawless with more kills to pad the stats. 20 and 8 at this point. He is just completely going off. They got control of the hard point. It's scary at this point because even scrappy time is so beneficial for Six. They can just fly and get a couple points on these next few hills and contest until they win this game. Still winnable, though, for Keep Fighting. They need to basically play perfect Call of Duty, and it looks like even on this P1 spawn, they're still collecting time. They're still fighting for the back spawns and construction, trying to hold off these players flanking through.
Yet again, this hill right here is so hard for your team to break through if you don't have that kind of positional advantage here. And you can see it. Tom is just hanging out on this high ground, looking for people sneaking around him. He spots somebody out. He is going to get the drop on him. So again, 6 are just running through, keep fighting right now. And Scuffy, unfortunately, saw too many bodies, wasn't sure who to shoot. And that's going to be very likely another full 60 here for 6. And they're going to be at that point where the next hill is very likely going to be the last here. Good Night gets 2 with the SMG, 1 with the nade. He has just had enough. He wants out of this map already.
I can't say this is unexpected from 6. This is kind of what we, had expected to happen in this series going forward, and kind of what needs to happen if they want any chance of taking out Saga in the next series. But it's rough if you're keep fighting at this point. This game definitely looking done and dusted. Evan already ready for the last few points in the hill here as we get down to the last 30. Evan with the shots, looking for a second. He gets that as well. That's 3 dead on the kill feed. More defense coming in. Just players dropping left and right on the side. I keep fighting. Doesn't look like there's any opportunity. 6, 7, 8, 9, and that should close it out. Dominant performance from 6.
And Good Night casually getting a 4 spree in the background. It's just unbelievable. Like, 6 have very dominatingly won this first map here. We haven't even gotten to domination yet, and they are already running through this team right now. And it's just, it's not a good start, but luckily there's still a chance at a resurgence here for keep fighting. They could potentially keep fighting because at the end of the day, respawn game modes are a little bit different than game modes like Search and Destroy, where you only have the 1 life. And we've definitely seen situations like this where a team gets just absolutely obliterated, like they get their train run on them, whatever term you have for it, but they actually end up having a good showing, maybe even win Search and Destroy. So keep fighting definitely have an opportunity here now that the game is going to slow down, and they could potentially try and outsmart 6, because you're not going to outslay them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is there were so many individual standouts on the other side, on 6's side. Players like like Flawless Slayer, who's 23, I believe 23-9 in that game. I think we had a 20-9 score from another player, on the roster as well. So a lot of them get a kind of surpassing 20 kills when it's it's the complete opposite on the other side of the roster. So somebody's going to have to go off. Ideally, the whole team does, especially in the realm of strategy, considering we're going to be jumping into what is, I believe, in S&D. It's Petrograd S&D coming up next.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be kind of the telltale for the rest of the series here. At the end of the day, if Keep Fighting can't actually get it together, at least show some signs of life here, I think it'll be pretty safe to say that 6 are just going to take it in domination when we actually get there. But it's not over yet. I'm definitely not trying to speak too soon. Just trying to basically sell you the gravity of the situation here and how that first map did not look good for Keep Fighting.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw, I previously got to watch Petrograd S&D to kick things off earlier in the first series that 6 played. 6 had a lot of trouble up against Saga and S&D. Of course, Saga, a totally different beast. But something that I noticed was just the power that Saga's teammate Royalty had up in the defensive house up on the A side. He's up in the window in the house there. And I mean, there are so many angles to worry about in the A site, but I'm wondering, can 6, flip things around? Of course, I'm not expecting the same type of defense from there's too many team names to worry about with these
keep fighting,
but I'm wondering if they can kind of throw in some coordinated nade strategies or something to get their way in, like break into the A side if they need to, and get those early plants in situations where they are attacking, or take advantage of some of these strategies that we saw from players like Royalty when they were on the defense. So a lot of opportunities there, and this is kind of their chance to test it out and coordinate some of that stuff. So hopefully, if they do end up in that situation in the next series, they can counter.
I think you're right, Shao. And again, like it's like we were saying earlier, you got to outsmart 6 because you're not going to outslay them. And since we're going to Piccadilly, it's really important that, or sorry, did I say Piccadilly? It was the same Petrograd. Right, my bad. Since we're going to St. Petrograd, where you have those options of using a lot of different angles here, hopefully Keep Fighting adopt this strategy so that when they're on the defense, they can sneak out a couple of rounds here, because round wins like that can make the difference here, and that's exactly what Keep Fighting are going to have to do. We're at St. Petrograd, not Piccadilly, and Scuffy's going to get the first kill.
Yeah, nice trade to kick things off. Audio with a kill as well, giving an advantage over to the side of Keep Fighting right now. Couple kills early on. Oh, and Evan going to try to shut one up early, but that looks like Keep Fighting. It's a nice dominant performance. Not really much happened in that game. Just a quick round of slays to close out round one. Keep Fighting and win this first one.
All right, I might have to take back my previous statement. Maybe Keep Fighting can outslay, because that was a good start here. Unfortunately, Pharma had the heads show up on his screen with that sniper rifle, but couldn't land the shots. And honestly, even though Six managed to get that trade, they just couldn't clean it up in the end here, and they get run over in the first round. And this is what Keep Fighting need to do. You need to get in Six's face. You need to catch them on their heels so that you can get these wins here. And they're going to start off with the smokes. Again, Pharma on the sniper rifle isn't finding too much success yet, but honestly, it only takes one.
Very interesting play here. They've left the bomb beside the sniper in the back. Pharma has snipe. He's got bomb beside him, and everybody pushing up on point A. You can see the slays in the favor of Six, though. Something's working out as they all kind of just dive forward. And there you go. Late pick up on the bomb as he rotates it in after they give all the information on what's going on in the A site, clear it out effectively, and probably give that teammate an easy opportunity for a plant. I mean, it's looking, all but over in this round, just countering, Keep Fighting. And Cube, I don't know what he's going to pull off here.
Oh,
not much.
Yeah. It would have had to be legendary for him to come back for his squad here. There you go, Six on the attack. Looking like a bit of a rush, the same way we saw Keep Fighting do in that last round here. And it seems like it's working for both sides so far. Just run it down. The defending team seems to not be able to react accordingly. And then you manage to get yourself a couple slays. And unfortunately, the sniper sits in the back. We even saw Kayam couldn't get a whole lot done. Same thing with Pharma. Funny enough, it's all about the people on the front line so far, it seems. And unfortunately, Keep Fighting not really looking for any cheeky defenses like we were talking about before this map started. I hope they do try for something like that.
Audio got picked off early on here by Evan. Kayam going to return the favor, though, keeping things even as Kayam pushes up mid-map. He's got a teammate behind him, but you got a bunch of action going down on the side of A, and it looks like that actually went in the favor of Six. Kayam's got info on where these players are, but he's going to have to back off for now. Of course, doesn't have the numbers. Nice kill with the nade, though. But he will get taken out from behind. That leaves one player left in a 3v1 situation. Bomb down on the floor as well. Don't think there's much that Scuffy can do. Unless he melts.
Man, he's getting the shots.
Yeah, not quite. He got a couple good shots in there, but he will lose that round. Six winning it once again. A lot less coordinated than what we saw, or what I saw previously with, Six versus Saga. And I, it's not really looking too good for Keep Fighting unless they can flip things over. Still early.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, I do share your concern, Shyway, because at the end of the day, if they're not really switching things up, if they're not really adapting on the fly, I do worry a little bit about how Keep Fighting are going to do going forward here. So they are back on the defense. Wow, Pharma finally getting the kill with the sniper. Like I said, it only takes one, and Evan with the nade in the background means Keep Fighting playing from behind once again.
Yeah, Six just getting these early and easy picks at the start of the game here. Now, good night. Insight A, and that's the thing, is there's nobody really there to do anything about it. You got player 4 flanking through. You got 5 mid-map, and everybody on point A all huddled together. Oh, they might be able to spot Pharma. They can't even get Pharma in the back here. Six with a dominant round once again, 3-1. And at this rate, I'm pretty worried about Keep Fighting's chances. Oh my God. Glad we didn't get to see that one on screen there. That was a nice snipe into, and look at this, man. The body shot's coming in too. The confidence.
He's got to let him know.
They're gonna need it though going into this next series.
Yeah, that's right. If they're gonna end up beating the ones who sent them to lose in the first place, confidence is super important. Keep Fighting. This applies to you too, guys. You gotta be confident, and you gotta try, but you gotta try and mix up the strategies here, because so far it seems like they've just been trying the same thing over and over again. And yeah, they snuck around away at the very beginning in round 1, but it's going to take a little more than that. Okay, Scuffy from deep manages to get one. They do trade on to somebody else, but still not a bad start for Keep Fighting. Sniper player is out of the way.
That's it. Evan with a kill on Wonders here. Scuffy is one of those players I'm hoping goes off. He's one of the the few that I think has the opportunity to make a big outplay here. Evan does get the kill on Kayam, flawless with a kill as well. And that just puts Six back in the advantage once again. 2 versus 4 at this point. Scuffy's still up, but he's up no longer.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate there. And it's looking like that's another round in Six's pocket here.
Yeah.
4-1 unless audio can do quite literally the impossible here. And yeah, it's going to be tough. Keep fighting.
John Wick could have done it.
That's true. Someone get Keanu Reeves on one of these Northern Rivals teams here. Yeah. He's still trying for it, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. And again, yeah, 4-1, 6, looking so strong right now, and it seems like Keep Fighting don't have a leg to stand on here. You know, normally, like if we just talk about individual players here, you talked about Kayam, there's Storms, these players we've seen throughout a lot of these Northern Rivals tournaments, and they're showing some really good performances here. They're gonna really need to show them now if they want to win.
Yeah, just with the pressure that they're experiencing and just how ridiculously dominant this series has been. And don't get a pick right away. Almost there. Not able to react in time. That would have been a very hard shot to hit. Pharma just going to stay back for now. Players pushing up. A side seems to be the point to push. But look how split up. You think they would learn their lesson on Keep Fighting to roll together in some of these situations. They do have a kill, thankfully. But last thing they want is to be caught out alone and outnumbered.
Storms has the knife out. Keep Fighting, managed to get up 2, but unfortunately 6 answers right away. Storm's looking like he is just expecting somebody to run through that door, but Tom is not taking the bait. He is just going to watch. He's like, I know you're there, buddy. You could pace back and forth all you like. I'm not opening that door.
Maybe you should shoot through the door. Oh, no, too late now. Just to test it. You never know.
That's true.
Maybe a nice little lucky wall bang there, but looks like Storms has kind of moved away temporarily. Good night flying through. That's the audio cue Storm's looking for. That should be one. Oh, not even one kill. And that's the risk there. I wonder if he could have been tucked a little farther back in the corner. He was just right in the doorway. And that's just unfortunate.
I think he was gambling on them not doubling up there. And unfortunately, gets shot in the back. And now we're at map point here. And winning this means 6 will also go to match point here and pretty much punch their ticket straight to that grand finals against Saga, like you've already mentioned, Shyway. But oh man, I'm struggling to find some hope here for Keep Fighting. Yeah. They definitely have a chance. We've seen reverse sweeps before, but it's tough.
It's so dominant on the side of 6. I'm not even sure it's good practice for these guys. They're literally just running over, Keep Fighting, and I hope to see some signs of light. But Pharma with 2 kills, whatever he's doing, I want to see Scuffy with 1, Storms with 1 as well, so they've evened things out. And Audio just crawling his way around while everybody else dies, apparently. Storms with some nice kills in the feed. It looks like things are relatively even, though there is an advantage on the side of Keep Fighting, and maybe they can plant a bomb here. You got one on B site.
Yeah, now we're back to a 2v2. You have Scuffy watching this alleyway. He actually might get the drop on Tom. Actually, no, they end up just going right by each other like ships in the night. Oh, but Storms is actually going to pick up that kill. This is a very winnable round for Keep Fighting. They just got to play their lives here. They know they have the man advantage. Just keep an eye on the bomb. Flawless Slayer couldn't slay enough, and there you go. Keep Fighting managed to win their second round.
Could this be the start of a comeback?
Maybe.
Hopefully. Let's go. Look at that. Nice little shots. The mid-air challenge. He'll take him out. That's 5-2. They got to play perfectly if they want to keep this up. Of course, match point against them. Keep this off again.
Yeah, we're going to see the pressure is really on here. Storms really came up big in that round. He has 5 kills, most on his team right now. They got to watch out for Pharma, though. In the last couple of rounds, he's been getting 1 or 2 picks, and he's just been positioning himself so well to get these shots off. So if you're going to Keep Fighting, you probably don't want to take this way across the main streets here where the buses are. It's just extremely dangerous. We're going to see Storms get a pick early on, but he does get traded.
Yeah, these main streets definitely seem to be Pharma's territory and Wonders right now. I know he sees somebody, but he's really just getting baited. It looks like that's working out pretty well for 6. He gets no kills there, just gives up information, and Tom and Goodnight can just stay back, kind of wait for their opportunity. The bomb player's there as well. Nice little chip shot onto Wonders to force him to back down temporarily. He's got a teammate with him. Something's got to happen here. His teammates are dying. Wonders being left alone in this situation. Not a lot he can do if he doesn't make some sort of a crazy play. And there you go. That's him down. Bomb will likely be planted. This is a huge advantage on the side of 6 and looking like it might be the match point.
Yeah, unless Kayam does something unspeakable, but unfortunately, the timing is off. The shots weren't good.
Yeah.
Well, There you go. That's 2-0. That's a match point here for 6, and Keep Fighting really have their backs against the wall here. It is going to be oh, this is what you meant. Yep. It's taken out by the melee. Oh, that hurts.
What a way to go. Very dominant performance so far on the side of 6. Looking to, like you said, punch their tickets out to grand finals. They got one more match to play, one more chance to make some sort of a comeback here. That final chance will be taking place, I believe, on Hackney Yard Domination, which, if that's the case, I'm very worried. I think Hackney Yard Dom could be a total blowout. We'll see.
Yeah, it is tough. Hackney Yard Domination, as Visions especially loves to talk about, is just absolutely insane out there, crazy at how wild it can get. And honestly, that seems to be the kind of world 6 loves to live in, where it's crazy and we are just constantly slaying back and forth, except it's not really back and forth. It's more like it's just 6 slaying.
Yeah, and I mean, at least in Hackney Yard, it's close quarters. It's straight to the point. Individual skill will shine here, and hopefully there's some I guess hidden talent that can pop up out of these, out of this roster if they want to make some sort of a comeback here. But something that I listened to. Oh, it's Gunrunner apparently.
Okay, it's Gunrunner. Oh my God, we're trolling.
Sincere apologies. I was looking at the losers semifinal, so it is Gunrunner Domination. Still Domination, of course. Change things up just a little bit. Gunrunner, though, probably one of the maps that these teams are most confident on anyway. So I don't know how much it changes really. But what do you think? Gunrunner Dom, any shot here?
Yes, I believe Keep Fighting definitely has a chance. But again, like we talked about in the middle of that S&D round there, you got to look at some of those players that we've seen perform well in the past. Storms, Kayam, players that have peaks and valleys, if you will. And it's just about whether or not they're going to be able to peak here and actually manage to get the kills the squad needs here.
I don't know if this is for better or worse, but there's clearly a setup that you're looking for on Hackney Yard. You spawn on the A side, you have an advantage going forward, and that your objective would be to control that. With Gunrunner, though, you don't quite have that. I mean, an AC setup, I think, seems to be most prominent, but you don't quite have that one advantage that you do on Hackney Yard. So I wonder how that'll work out with things being slightly more even, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to see how this one plays out. Potentially the final round here, 6-2-0, and Keep Fighting for their tournament lives here. And it's looking like the AC play, like you talked about, was already there, Shyway, but it doesn't work out for them. That's already the double cap here for 6.
Of course, any combination of these captures are going to be great if they hold them down. A and B right now looks to be the objective, but Audio with a neutralization, nobody really there to contest him, so looks like he might be able to get away with this one. Maybe a cap as well, but there's a player behind him. He'll flip around and try to get Pharma, only to get pressured from the other side, and that's a quick recapture, unless Keep Fighting has something to say about it. The battle goes down here. Scuffy still looking for Scuffy to perform well in this series, and the opportunity may have been there, but he lost it. Get taken down for now.
Oh, but Wonders actually manages to answer back. This is huge, so he, at the very least, is going to get that neutralization. Hopefully. And they're just sitting on the flag right now, and they might actually be able to cap it here. It's going to be Storms. Takes a little bit of damage, has to tuck himself away into the corner. Isn't able to actually finish capturing here because he knows there's 2 people hot on his tail. Unfortunately, he was not checking his right side.
Yeah, he will go down immediately. Wonders right now with the defense as well. Just getting a neutral on C. Don't tell me they're going to get trip capped. And it looks like they do manage to get C back. We'll be fighting for the crate side of the map here as Flawless pushes up. Flawless doing so well in that first game, and he's going to look to get those same kind of kills. Once again, he will get shut down for now. All they can do is get point C. From what I can tell here, this A-B capture looking pretty strong on the side of 6.
Yeah, it's tough. They need to really win out some of these key gunfights here. Scuffy does pick up 1, is going to secure B very likely. Keep Fighting. Seem like they have a fighting chance right now.
Nice shots from Scuffy. Continue to control this side of the map here. Looks like they do have that CB capture. Oh, but he gets taken out immediately. Tom right now with shots onto Audio to get that kill also. The kill feed lighting up orange. That should be a recap on the side of B here. They got AC also, forcing players with these outside spawns here. Tom just looking to melt them down off of spawn.
Yeah, luckily Keep Fighting have some pretty decent spawns for the moment. They are going to make an attempt back at that C capture here. Audio knows somebody's in that window, can't get the wall bang, but he's going to run his way in with the pistol. Unfortunately, shots are not good. 6 still fully in control here. And oh no, that's the triple cap. But can they hold it?
Looks like it looks like they do have that trip cap in session here. It looks like players are on the point to contest it though as well and keep it back. Ultimately, though, such a dominant performance in the start of this game on the side of 6. Can they do anything to stop this pressure from what we've seen so far? I don't have a lot of faith, and people are getting knifed as well. That's Tom coming in. A little embarrassing at this point. I wonder if some of them are BMing just a little bit to pad the stats, but I mean, it's not over yet.
Yeah, you definitely hate to see it, but no, there's definitely a chance here. 2 minutes left, just under, in the first half here, but unfortunately, 6 once again are going to get that triple cap, and it just feels insurmountable here for Keep Fighting. And their spawns are all over the place now. Some are spawning on one side of the map. One you could see Wonders is on the other side, and there's really just nothing they can do, it looks like, at the moment here. They're gonna swap sides, but it just seems like there's nothing they can do. Every time they get a foothold onto the point, somebody from 6 just ends up ripping it out from their hands.
6 seems to have no problem with spawns flipping. You can spawn them anywhere, and 6 is going to make it work. They're just dramatically outslaying them at this point. Audio with the shots in. You can see Audio and Keep Fighting trying to shoot bodies as well, just to make it seem like they've got a stake in this game in some way, shape, or form. But I mean, yeah, it looks like they've already kind of given up on it. Also, just wasting time shooting bodies at this point. It's looking like a pretty guaranteed finish on the side of 6, just from what I can see so far.
Yeah, it's tough with this big of a lead. For just going into the first half. Yep. Keep Fighting are going to have to pull off a literal miracle if they actually want to come back here. So it's tough, but 6 really were just... 6 just outgunned them. Just at every step of the turn.
Yeah. If you are 6 at this point, are you already thinking about that next series? Do you want your revenge?
Yeah.
Are you going to make Saga bleed and take a game, maybe a match against them, kind of reset the bracket, which would be nice to see.
Yeah, that would be something.
Hopefully that's possible. Yeah. Here's a weapon you don't see too often.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I feel like we just hopped into Warzone here.
Yeah. Storm's just having a good time. Some of these players standing still. Of course, last 3 seconds in this round, and a dominant performance on the side of 6.
And just what do you do? Down 56 points. Now you're swapping sides for the final round. Oh.
I mean, with the mentality that I'm seeing just from the gameplay here, it doesn't seem like there's a lot they want to do to come back. I don't know if they're going to try to switch it up at the beginning of this round and fight hard, but like Goodnight's not even, his controller is down. He said the man's got to pick his controller up. So, I mean, some of these guys like fight back. Let's get a nice finish to this, and then we can go into that last series strong.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but it's tough. I understand, especially after that search and destroy. You're down 2-0. The mental boom really sets in there. And it's tough for Keep Fighting to, well, keep fighting. And 6 are just having a good old time here. Wonders pulls out the sniper and is just starting to sprint his way through the map with the pistol. Looks like Pharma's actually doing the same.
What is going on with this with this map so far? Wonders will flank through. Is there any real opportunity to get some sort of, like, if they control all 3, of course, maybe if they go for a 2 cap and hold it, but it looks like they're just playing as if it's over. And that does seem to be the mentality on both sides here. This is a game over.
Yeah,
all right.
I can agree.
Yeah, and I mean, like just considering how people are playing, there's no real chance for any. Like literally everybody on the side of 6 standing still at this point. That's a dominant performance on the side of 6. 6 win this. And like I said, you're thinking about the next series now because Saga dominated them in almost the same fashion. Right when we kick things off in Winners Finals. So they got a hell of a hill to climb, even though they look good here.
Yeah, they really do, and it is tough because 6 being that squad who lost to, Saga being that squad who has won it all. Like, especially with Lurid, who we talked about has won every Northern Rivals. Like, they've always been the team to beat. And it's going to be tough here. 6 being able to win so dominantly this time around here against Keep Fighting is a little promising. But we're going to see if this Grand Finals, lives up to that hype. Like, is Lurid and company going to get dethroned finally? Are Keep Fighting, are 6 going to manage to actually reset that bracket like you talked about? I guess this is what we're kind of looking forward to now.
Seems like it. Now, I saw them kind of inch their way into a trip cap and then, force these guys to wake up and try to get a couple more captures just to maintain the lead here. But it looks like this will do it. Yeah. Winder's just having a good time. You said it just looks like a Warzone game, pretty much at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw the sticks come out even too. Like, I think they're just having fun right now. Yeah. See Storms trying to get somebody. Yeah, there it is. He's got the sticks out. There you go. Shots are good.
It's gotta be the goofiest looking gun I've ever seen. I don't want to be the guy to say it, but you know.
No, you were very within your right to say
I think
it.
he knows exactly. I think he knows exactly why he picked this gun.
Yeah, probably.
Oh man.
Thing, man. There's so many. Is this even a light machine gun? I want to say it is.
Yeah, no comment.
Yeah. I don't know. There's so many other ones you could have gone with here, but I think the sticks are the highlight here. If you manage to get that, it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
What one. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I've actually not seen these before. This is pretty goofy.
Yeah, it's
Is it a 2-hit kill?
Yeah, it's like it's pretty much. But it's funny too because like it's definitely not people's go-to for sure. Very obvious reasons. But when it comes out, especially in Warzone, it's real funny.
This is literally the BM device.
Yeah, I don't think you get any more BM. Okay.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. Also, but unfortunately, the stick loses to the gun. Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
We still got 1 minute left here, but like we already established, 6 have certainly won this scuffy. Just trying to release some stress, some frustration, pent-up aggression on that body.
Yeah, despite the situation, Keep Fighting will go home with a 3rd place finish. Not too shabby. A lot of talented players in these events, and it just goes to show the skill ceiling in this game when you see like the dramatic differences in these teams. Like 6 is dominating Keep Fighting, 6 just got dominated to get here. So, and I mean, put them up against a CDL team, and it's not even a question. So, it's just crazy to see the difference in team chemistry, strategy, individual skill, and some of these players as we make our way down to these final matches.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too, because I know Vision said on the previous broadcast, like especially when you look at the squad of Saga, or at least that's what they're calling themselves this time around. Like players like Lurid Royalty, like they're nuts. Like these guys could actually, especially Royalty, like he was talking about how he could easily be a challenger player, maybe even a CDL player.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just goes to show you like all sorts of amateurs we get here in these tournaments. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, events like these are a great way to showcase the talents that you have and kind of build up that resume. Hopefully get yourself into one of these rosters. Though unfortunately, it looks like a lot of these rosters are locked in CDL. It's hard to kind of make that progress. But these are the types of matches that you need to set yourself up for the future. Yeah. So a couple standouts for sure, and Royalty is definitely one of them. We'll be seeing Royalty in the next series, of course.
Yeah, that's right. And 6 are going to very convincingly punch their ticket to the grand finals. And again, we're going to see if they can overcome the powerhouses of like the team that just keeps winning Northern Rivals every single time. So are Lurid & Co. going to set themselves up with a dynasty, or are they going to lose the very last one? That's the question.
Remains to be seen. Of course, we're going to find out just after a short break, but pleasure casting with you, Beatdowns. Always nice to cast with you. Unfortunate that things were so dominant on one side, but hopefully in the next series coming up, things are closer, things are intense. So something to look forward in the matches look forward to in the matches that remain. So stay with us. Northern Rivals will continue shortly after this break.
Sitting at the playground, trying to make it out the city in a Greyhound. Looking out the difficult to hold your bed down. Told me get a grip, but the world keeps whirling. Lately been making sure that my hurt is hurdle. Doctor trying to convince me the therapy working. Stay ahead of everybody, but can't see further. $3 before I'm out of money. Running on yellow water and plenty rhyming. Funny, making a scene, making a soapy opera. Running, slime water, slide a diamond nostril, stay down. No parents, baby sitting at the playground. Trying to make it out the city in a Greyhound. Looking out the difficult to hold your bed down. Told me get a grip, but the world keeps whirling. Lately been making sure that my hurt is heard of. Doctor trying to convince me the therapy working. Stay ahead of everybody but can't see further. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a testament. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions to become an habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu. Running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Fashions just trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapping like Jiminy Cricket. My G's they tight to the tight that is perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit. I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended. I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah. Put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out. You got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Now I love hope for the put it. I should put a bar in that cannon. Put a full outfit, then on. All of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net, got out there with no pendants. It's time to finish Spanish. Mama like started green as shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Run a lot of stash, your pen is blue. They're like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow right, nigga, need no mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, good all my cash. It don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a testament. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember. making stupid predictions to become an habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu, running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis is trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket, my G's they tight that it's perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit, I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended, I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch, yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out here. Got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Now a little hoe finna put it. I should put a bar in that cannon. Pull a full outfit, then on. All of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net, got out there with no pendants. It's time to finish Spanish. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Run a lot of stash, your pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right, nigga, need no mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. You don't matter, this shit plastic, nigga. Yeah, all of my money plastic. I don't hit a nigga, I blast. Smoke that weed, a kitty pass, nigga. All of my money plastic. All of my money plastic, nigga. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, a cave in my chest. This life is a test, man. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, know I'm the best, man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also my best friend. Couple pearls, give me, I'll make her a necklace. Couple sirs, with me, I'll make her my best man. Life ain't perfect, but giving up out the question. Yeah, this is an investment. It's a first, I take everything as a blessing. It's a curse, wanted everything to be excellent. Read my verses and find something to connect with. Yeah. Mind you, if I say it doesn't mean that I meant it. I go crazy, sometimes they call me demented. Go fugazi, making sure they remember it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running low on ambition. I'm making stupid predictions to become an habitual. 25 girls in my missions, 25K in the bank, money not an issue. I'm having lunch at the venue, honey jack gin on the menu, running like Kimmel, running a show like I'm Pope. Francis is trying to get bitches on Christian Mingle. Niggas start jacking my shit, I'ma go Kylie on them, sending cease and desist. I got my hand in the fist, I don't stop working till everybody know that I'm rich. Dapper like Jiminy Cricket, my G's they tight that it's perfectly fitted. Credit card do got a limit, I'm tryna build on my credit, I'm not overspending. I make them boomers offended, I get the 40 and 50 above in their feelings. Google me, gotta stay winning. The beat so sick and they need a shot of penicillin. Bitch, yeah, need a shot of penicillin. Bitch. Yeah, put this shit dry as fuck, man. I want no echo, I want no type of reverb on this bitch. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh. I'm hoping that you got my baby. Ooh, treat it like a 30s black man out here. Got a couple pages spinning, but I don't save, I spin it. Now a little hoe finna put it. I should put a bar in that cannon. Pull a full outfit, then on. All of my medals I bet on. When it full painful net, got out there with no pendants. It's time to finish Spanish. Now mama like started grinning shit. Need a bigger rag like Guinness. I would ball out, but the rent is due. Run a lot of stash, your pen is blue. They like, is it all real? Yeah, it's true. Swallow, right, nigga, need no mash. Pull up with a weed and smash. Roll, all my cash. You don't matter, this shit plastic,
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Ultra Northern Rivals number 4, the finale, the very last grand finals that we are going to get on the year. And, well, it's also going to be the rematch here for us, as we'll have Team 6 going up against Team Saga to see who's going to bring it all home and end the season off with a bang. But your host for the very last match, of course, my name Vision, is joined with me, Beatdown. And, well, we're heading in towards this last one, Beatdown, to see if we'll get a reset in the bracket or if we'll simply just get a nice little swift series that comes through for Saga to close things out hot.
Well, a reset is definitely what you're hoping for if you are 6. If we're going off what we saw when they previously met earlier in the bracket, that might not be the case here, but we saw a strong showing from 6 against Keep Fighting in that losers final just earlier. Maybe this is the start of a resurgence for them. Maybe they can give Saga that run for their money. And you can see it's interesting to note too, got a lot of 3-0s on the day here, with the exception of Team Madness versus Keep Fighting, of course, in that loser semis. But hopefully Grand Finals is the one to break that spell. Knock on wood, of course. And again, with how good 6 looked, I think they have a chance now to at least try to go toe-to-toe with Saga here. But of course, like Saga is the squad we keep talking about. You talk about it, Shyway and I talk about it. It's these players who just keep coming back. And like, how do you beat these monsters?
That's a great question, because they're all individually so talented. And I think when I was talking about this team right at the beginning of the stream overall, I was talking about how like this is like peak time for them to be able to perform at their best, right? I mean, you have the end of the challengers, coming through. The Toronto home series, I believe, is also going to play as a qualifier for as far as the final championship of the amateur scene here across all 3 regions for us within the Call of Duty scene. So yeah, it's I think it's just at that point in time where, everyone's like, all right, it's time to grind up. Whether we like the game or not, we have to just kind of strap in and get ourselves ready and prepared for what's to come, because there's a lot of money on the line, coming in towards the end of the season. I'm sure a lot of people are realizing that now, but this is essentially one of the nastiest squads that you could really end up combining here within the Canadian scene, right? Like, I mean, it's been fairly interesting, I think, to see how some of the rosters have formed over the past couple of Northern Rivals, but I think this one might just be the absolute most disgusting. Of Cushpoint, who I touched on, right, who came off of a couple of second places in some previous Northern Rivals here for us, and is finally now bringing up to what we consider to be probably one of the top teams for sure, definitely the favorites. Came off a TESPA win, closed things out with Humber College in what was a Game 5 round 11. Their team iced up, so a lot of confidence from that. Diamond Con has been on the up and up. The most improved player, I think, for me individually, through the entire amateur scene, and then you have Royalty Exotic and 47, where you don't even need to say anything about those players, because what they do on screen says it all. So it's definitely a tough challenge here. I guess the good news is, Beatdown, is that there is a different map rotation for us, where they might be able to have better play on different maps.
That's true. And then you know what? And I'm glad you brought that up too. I know you said it earlier, how this is the best time it is for these players to look so good. And I think that applies to everyone here in this tournament. Of course, you can't count out 6 as well. They definitely have some good players on that roster here. And again, this is the last Northern Rivals. We're looking at the end of the season here for just pretty much all of Call of Duty. So even if you lose, you got to put it all out there. And we're about to start it off here. Final match of the day, Saga versus 6. And you know what? As someone who lives in Mississauga, I'm loving the representation.
Absolutely, I bet you are. And we'll kick it off. It will be the favored side at the very least for Team Saga, and they're fighting for the hill. It looks like 47 runs out of ammo, but he is going to have some assistance, as it will be the teammate that ends up taking down Cilantro. 47 somehow still alive, goes with 3 before he's taken down. But more importantly, 6 need to grab themselves as much points as possible off of this hill, because it's very unlikely you're going to be able to push through to P2. It's the most difficult hill to break in towards the game. It's not the most difficult hill to break in across Call of Duty since we've had Hardpoint in the mix in Black Ops 2. But we'll see if they can try to fight for this right now. Exotic is locking it down with a nice little start. Looks for 2. Big shutdown for Haller, who does find an entry, and now we'll try to fight for the side.
Yeah, and it looks like the majority of time is still going to go for Saga. 6 actually are going to be able to sneak some of that scrap time, and this is super important here. Going to prevent Saga from getting a serious lead early on, and you already talked about it. This means that even if Saga managed to grab a lot of time on that P2 hill, 6 won't be playing from too far behind her. See a double kill in the background from Royalty. Ends up getting taken out right away, though. And you can see that they've already positioned themselves on the side of Saga for this next Hardpoint. Diamond Con is a really nice position here, trying to watch anybody coming from that warehouse.
Flawless, I was watching him on the mini-map. He made the big route play and actually slipped behind Office to be able to get himself to top Useless, but he unfortunately only gets himself one and can't combine for the two-piece. If you're going to break this hill open, it's off the back end of usually finding some insane multi-kills. As we see, Goodnight does find a nice little double for himself, but the trades are just going to be good, and that's going to be the first 30 seconds gifted over. Saga running away with a lead at the moment. Hauler once again able to slip in, does grab the double, but Royalty right behind him will be there for the trade. So we should see a full 60. As usually, the team that does spawn on this side will be able to run away with things. Now it's up to 6 to be able to respond as we move over towards the smokestack to be able to get themselves what needs to be a good 45 points at the very least to get yourself back in towards the game.
Yeah, it's so rough. They didn't manage to get too much of that scrap time there towards the first hard point, that first P1 hill, which means, like you said, they're playing so far behind right now. And this P3 hill that they've firmly got control of so far, they're going to need to hold on to that control for the next little while here. They need to try and get at least a full 60, I think, if they want to actually try and make a play at catching up here, because even then they'll still be behind quite a decent bit. So far, the Slaves are pretty good here from 6. They haven't really lost too many people, and they still have the spawns on their sides here. Well, that was a nice kill from Diamond Con, though, with the nade.
Yeah, does grab himself a good little kill, and Evan trying to play for spawns in the back. That is Hauler. It looks like so far so good for 6, I will say. So they do end up giving over the 60 points on P2 like we would see, but they are locking things down for the most part. Royalty looks like he did find a kill onto Pharma to open up a bit of that hill time, but he's now looking to be the route man himself to see if he can push through. He gets tagged up heavily, so good kill from Flawless, who drops down from Office. Will be able to find the kill, tags him up enough. And now we'll move for a rotation where it's 96 to 36. So still good lead for Saga, but they are going to be set up first. Diamond Con with an up close and personal battle will take down Goodnight. Cilantro will be there for the trade. He'll take down Diamond Con as he tries to move in towards the hill and see if he can find some big entries. We'll throw down the smoke to make things a tad bit chaotic, but now the knives are out. It's time to go Rambo style, and looks like we won't see Cilantro find anything, unfortunately. So all hill control so far for Saga. They lock things down. They stop the first couple of waves, and now we'll see if they can extend that lead even further.
And it's crazy because 6 managed, they seem like they're going toe-to-toe here. They're getting almost as many kills as Saga. They're managing to contest a lot of time on these hills, but it seems like they just aren't winning enough of these gunfights here. Saga always have somebody respawning, always catching the trade here, and making it so hard. Oh my god, he got that knife kill. And then again, like, Saga just seem to have complete control of all the space here. Even when they lose somebody, someone is always there to take the trade, and that's why we see what is amounting to be almost 100-point lead.
That was absolutely filthy from Exotic. Grabs the 3-piece, secures the time. 6, though, as much as we talk about that P2 hill, P5 definitely a hill that you can also look to get a full 60 on, and they are set up. Hauler's having himself a very good game. Puts himself double positive, moves right across for 2, even gets himself prone for the cover, pops up and says goodbye, Royalty. So Hauler's starting to bring a bit of this passion here for us in the grand finals for map number 1, and that alone will stop a couple of these first initial pushes that do come through. But Exotic tries to slip in past Yellow to see if he might be able to be the entry man with his teammate, where they are now together. They will be shut down. Evan again. Hauler doing it all for his squad. 18-8. He's trying to keep them in it, and he's doing a good job of it because 6 look to grab a full 60 from this hill, and if they do grab the last 20 seconds, which it looks like they should, they're right back in this game.
And this was so crucial here for 6. They are most certainly going to get that full 60, excuse me, because Saga definitely don't want to waste too much time throwing bodies at this hill. They're just going to play for that reset, and it looks like Saga do have the better positioning for it as well, and that hill is about to spawn right now. And you actually have Flawless hanging out in the corner here. Exotic is going to be able to take him out, but that is going to be the initial points here for Saga on this reset.
Here's the problem. You either have to make the decision to play for the actual hill time in the middle, or you have to try to dedicate your resources into flipping up the spawns. The ideal situation is to grab the spawns, but I mean, it's a lot harder to do, really, and we will see at least a couple of kills that do come through. Pharma as well as Cilantro will grab enough to be able to touch the time, and this would be a good 30 seconds to get for yourself. Exotic gets caught on the pinch, and Pharma will now find another one as he's starting to bring himself back in towards the game. And if Hauler can just get a little bit of assistance from his submachine gun players, then that could be their window to really kind of get themselves back in towards the mix. And we do look at the hill, we do look at the scoreboard, and things are now just between about 20-point differential. 10 seconds look to go over. Exotic going to take maybe the AC route here through the top of the warehouse to see if that might just allow him to cut down a couple players. It looks like Tom Cilantro is going to grab the 3 remaining ones as that push comes in. And now Exotic in a prime position to see if he can cause havoc from the back. We'll be able to grab a couple, and now those are going to be some pretty far spawn outs for the 6. So I imagine this will probably be another full 60 hold for Saga. It almost usually comes down to, can you just slip on by and get lucky in a lot of cases when you're breaking P2. But Royalty also doing a good job of playing this roaming role right now, finds himself on a bit of a force spree, somehow snaps on Goodnight, and will make it 5.
Still committing to that P1 hill 4-6. Actually ended up working out for them. I believe they almost got a full 60 on that P1 hill, which is so crucial to their catch-up right now. But unfortunately, again, that P2 hill is so hard to break here, and you can see that they aren't even trying for it anymore. They're trying to set themselves up, get that position on for this P3 hill, so they can try and collect as many points as they can to try and close the gap. A catch-up is still definitely possible here, but you got to deal with Royalty, who keeps just looking around, roaming around, and finding these kills.
He will try to grab himself one, and he does, but 47 ends up slipping by in the back. They, of course, know this, and Goodnight will try and pepper him down with some shots. Can't find the kill, and now the spawns look like they're going to be ever in favor of Saga. So real good play from 47 as well as Royalty to be able to make the play for the spawns, and this is going to leave P3 up in the air for as far as not going to be as easy to lock down from the front, but nonetheless, Holler will throw himself in towards the hill, start soaking up some time, has a bit of a setup around him, but it's not going to be very solid due to all these angles that are currently being hit from. Holler with one, tries to slide on through, seeing if he can find a second, but it's Flawless who ends up grabbing Exotic in 47. A couple of the sub players now will be thrown out of the mix. The hill time is up in the air, 15 seconds to grab, and we see 204 to 166. Very crucial time. If 6 are able to grab the remaining scrap time here off of P3 and then actually have a solid hold around the office, this could be their chance to actually be able to get themselves even maybe a possible win if they find a successful rotation into P5. But it all starts with this hill, 20-point game. This is their chance to really run away and see if they can take the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. The spawns actually seem to be in favor of 6 here. They're going to get this push onto the hill, but they have to push their way in. It looks like they are. Flawless and Holler are the first through the door. Tom's going to get a double kill, and it looks like 6 are actually going to have position here. Diamondcon gets a kill, but ends up getting slayed. Flawless Slayer gets 2, not before getting shut down by Exotic, though. And it's just back and forth on this hill here. 6 need this time. Saga only 30 points away from winning this one out here. And 6 need to do so much more if they're going to catch up and overtake.
I will say Holler's trying to turn up in this one, man. 31 and 15. He's trying to keep the team in it, but it looks like we have a fight for spawns currently. We can see at P5, it's going to be 1, and now everyone has to backtrack for Saga. They realize mistakes might have been made. Cushpoint tries to get in, but Goodnight will shut him down at the back end of a double. Rotation will be 1, but here's the problem. Saga, they only need another 10 points or so to come through for them, and they will close out the map. This is going to have to be an absolute stronghold coming through for 6. They can't let any slip-ups. No one can come through. The last time they did rotate first, they did hold just about a full 60, and now they need to do that again. So far, so good into the feed. It's all red, and we are seeing the shutdown come through on these waves and on these pushes. It's up to Exotic to see if he can find the break, but Goodnight with a massive kill will find the slay, take them down, and they are locking it out for us right now. Beat down, but there's the move. Royalty enters in with 2. The trade could be there, but not before Royalty finds 3. Everybody's swarming around him. He will buy a couple of seconds, but not enough. His teammates do get himself in, but will it be the closeout here? Exotic with the kill, lays down prone. The spawns are out, and Saga will find the break off the back end of a 3K from Royalty. But what a close map, number 1. The closeout 250 to 212.
And that could have really gone either way, though. It's like you said, the first time that 6 got onto that P5 hill first, they managed to hold more or less a full 60, but the bad news is they might have never had a chance to begin with at that point because they were sitting at 189. Even if they literally got a full 60, they would be sitting at 249, and I think for that reset, there's no way they actually managed to get the drop on 6 and grab that 1 second when Saga only needed 8 more seconds on their end there. So it was really tough. It's good to see that 6 is really fighting tooth and nail for the series, but this one map was not in the cards.
no, it was not in the cards for them. And I mean, typically the team that spawns on the favorite side on Hacky Yard usually comes out with, I think it's like a, I don't know, like a 70% or 80% win rate, something crazy. So yeah, it's if you're locking down P2, you're usually the team that's running away with the win. And I mean, we saw the start, right? Like they almost had 100 points moving in towards P3, and it's almost like if you're team 6, you have to try and put more pressure in towards the hill and win out on those gun battles so that you can at least trade the time. But that's not what happened. So the massive lead ended up playing a factor as we went later and later for us, and saw, of course, actually Royalty. He's found the 3-piece to entry in and just absolutely obliterates the setup. So that's the problem with this squad, is just about every single person can be able to do that. So it makes things really difficult to be able to lock down either way. We move along in towards Search and Destroy. Now, this is the only real weak point that we have actually seen so far come in towards this tournament for Saga, where they did lose a Search and Destroy, I believe, to Vorty & Co. It was just a couple of rounds ago in the quarters, if I'm not mistaken, where they did lose, and I'm not sure the specific map, but we do know that they have lost the Search and Destroy at the very least, and I feel like that's kind of your only way of winning. If you can take, at the very least, one of the respawns off of this squad for yourself, then you put yourself in a good chance to maybe get it to a map number 5. But it all starts with this map number 2 here for us, of course, Nathan, if you're able to get some momentum going, and if so, then maybe that could translate well in towards the domination.
And that's exactly what you're looking for here if you're on the side of 6, because it already doesn't feel good to lose a close map like that early on. And I think if you end up losing S&D, especially in a dominating fashion, like we've seen it all throughout the day here. Anyone who goes 0-2, it ends up being 0-3, because at that point the boom sets in and you're not feeling so good going into domination. And even the best slayers we've seen just fall short in these situations. So yeah, if you're 6, like you said, you got to build some momentum. You got to win it over on St. Petrograd, which is where we're going for our Search and Destroy here, at least the first one of the night for this grand finals. And this is kind of, in a way, it might be a bit of a decider here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it absolutely is. And in my opinion, I think this has to be a must win. There's no other way to put it for 6. If they don't grab a win here, I just think that maybe even if they're not demoralized, the respawn is just way too strong. And it's too inconsistent for me to rely on respawn game modes to come in for the 6 squad, where you have a lot of chemistry built in to the Saga squad overall. And it's been showing based off what we've been seeing on stream. Absolutely. But I mean, at the side note, you can look at 6 and say, all right, you have Pharma, somebody who's been pretty good and dominant within the Search and Destroy scene. I think is something that we definitely have seen. He also played very well in that St. Petrograd Search and Destroy that we saw in the winners finals. So you can maybe try to rely on him a little bit to see if he might be able to push you through this map number 2, which will be a gun runner Search and Destroy. And out the back end, I mean, none of these players, unfamiliar with it at the very least for sure. But I think Pharma is the big one that stands out for me based off his performance that I saw earlier on. If he could do that exact same thing and maybe just a little bit more, or maybe even just some more support from what he got from his teammates there, then that might just be enough to be able to push through in this map number 2. But Gunrunner Search and Destroy, the map that's probably played the most at the very least, so I imagine that's got to at least be pretty good for the squad. A lot more comfort maybe coming in towards this one rather than the last one.
Yeah, and I'm really interested. I'm actually looking at Pharma too, because especially it wasn't just like he had a pretty good performance there, especially in that losers final. It was just the fact that he also played it really well with the sniper, because when we were on St. Petrograd in the previous series, he actually managed to do some serious damage from that long range gun runner. Is a map where you could potentially try to go for that strategy. Don't think it's exactly common, but on that lower side of the map, there's definitely a lot of long sight lines you could potentially try to abuse. And I want to see if they're actually going to try and use Pharma for that, because again, like he had a good showing before.
Yeah, he had a good showing, and I think at the very least, too, what I'm also expecting is Saga might get a little bit too aggressive and they might overextend a little bit more. Like this tends to happen when you've had such dominating, performances, one in a tournament and over the course of the season as well for a lot of these players. It might just get to the point where it's like, all right, we're up 1-0. They might just show a little bit less respect for who they're playing against, especially since they 3-0. That's right. Yeah, maybe some knives out, things like this. We've seen 47 do that before, and that's what it might come down to. So you can maybe play off of that and say, all right, well, we might be expecting them to make some of these overextended plays or at least some of these riskier plays, right? Where you can maybe try to punish a little bit more where they typically wouldn't be making them. And that's something that we might see set up for early here at the very likes of 6. But you mentioned the sniper. Sometimes we see it on the offense as well as the defense. There's a spot back by P5 that is referred to as top Crim 6. you can look to get the bomb down, use the sniper. It's some far distance away, and it's very difficult to find that kill unless you have an opposing sniper, just some absolute laser beams coming through from your assault rifle. So it's not the easiest to be able to deal with. That's something that they could look to play for. Definitely a strategy we've seen develop over the course of the Modern Warfare season for us. And you can use it on defense as well. Get yourself in a couple of different high ground positions around the cargo crates and just catch your opponents off guard with these little side angles that can play a factor. That could be what we get for ourselves, because Pharma has looked pretty lights out with a sniper. He's made a lot of aggressive plays with the sub, and that's something that we have to look at. But I'm looking at Hauler as well. I mean, he came off of a really good performance, pretty much double positive after that last map. And he's someone who has not had the best run within the Modern Warfare season. I think really unlucky for as far as what we get with the amateur scene, where rosters switch up every week for the next 2K or the next challengers home event. So it's very hard to build synergy with everyone, where that's obviously built into a lot of the Saga members. And this is Hauler's chance to kind of really dig deep maybe and see if he might be able to also play in towards one of those X factors in the search and destroy, where this has to be a must win for me at the very least on Gunrunner, like I said earlier.
Yeah, I definitely can't agree with that more. If you're 6, like, this is kind of do or die at the moment here. And then there are players you can call upon, like Pharma, like Hauler, who, even though didn't do as well the first time these two teams met earlier on the day on stream, especially after that previous map, we saw Hauler play really well. The previous game, Hauler was doing very well also. So this might actually be, now he's been playing with the guys, he's starting to heat up, and hopefully he can really heat it up in this game mode, and hopefully the third as well.
Yeah, that'll be the big thing for us. Of course, anyone that is just tuning in at the moment, we are just waiting for our map number 2, Gunrunner Search and Destroy, to load up for us. Looks like we did lose one of our players, but we should be jumping in fairly soon. And map number 1 ended up going over towards our Saga squad, where they close things out in a nice break from Royalty in the back end of a P5. So looks like we should be getting in here very, very soon for you. We've been hyping up the series as this is the very last Northern Rivals here for us. 47 has won 3 out of 4, and well, it might just be 4 out of 4, which would be a nice little accolade to get for himself here personally, coming through this entire season.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's definitely a good look, especially if you're trying to make those challenger teams, if you're trying to make the CDL next year, because like you said in the previous series, we're kind of towards the end of the season here, and this is where teams start looking to build for that next season. So here it is, guys. Try to do the best you can, because people are definitely watching. And here we go. It looks like we are going to start on the second map here. Finally, Search and Destroy.
Search and Destroy, Gunrunner. Will there be a series tie, or is Saga just gonna do what they've been doing all day? But this is a nice start. Pharma with a big frag grenade is gonna find 47, and we have Cilantro, known as Tom in game, will find the kill onto Royalty. So man advantage on the defense. Pressure gonna be on Exotic with the bomb, and he gets beamed here from Evan. Hauler's just been on one, and he will be able to win his one-on-one gunfight. Last 2 members remaining, Cushpoint and Diamondcon, pretty deep in their spawn, and they're just hoping to God someone challenges them at this point.
And you know what? I wouldn't blame them, especially because now they got the bomb dropped as well. 6 are just laser-eyed on that device. Anybody walks by, they are going to get beamed. You can ask for a better start here if you're 6 or a fan. Diamondcon's going to try and get the jump on the side, but unfortunately he gets spotted out. Wow, he is going to snap onto Pharma. Jesus. But Flawless is still going to answer back, and just like that, Diamond is a one-man army. Can he get these final kills? Oh my God. He tried, though.
He did try.
Those shots were good.
They were, and I will say that's actually a really big round that comes through for us, because this is a map that is not like really any other, where it's pretty favored on the offensive side, just due to the nature of this B-bomb site that's right in front of the cargo crates. So the fact that you're able to open up with a couple of early kills just gives you enough an advantage to be able to carry that through. So big shutdown here for our Team 6 boys, who come in firing in the Search and Destroy. Still seeing some resilience and still fighting for their lives to see if they can keep this series going. And we will switch sides, see what the approach will be. No bomb has not been picked up yet, so not sure if this is intentional to maybe backtrack and take it towards A, or if they're now realizing, all right, someone's got to go get the bomb here, and it looks like it will be Hauler, who is going to backtrack and grab that for the squad. While that happens, Pharma and Tom to work some kills, and this is going to result in what was the man advantage, but now unfortunately is going to be a 3v3.
A really huge roam there from Exotic. But unfortunately, he doesn't. I don't know if he didn't notice or just decided to not watch the bomb. It's actually going to allow Pharma to pick it up, get a much-needed slay. So 6 are back in the advantage here. And they actually have a pretty good shot at planting on A site, and it looks like that is going to be the play. Nobody is nearby, so that bomb is most certainly going to go down. And 6 won the defensive round they very much needed. And if they win this round, that'll put them at 2-0 right now.
Exotic going to try and check out the minecart. Not going to find anyone. Pharma has just been absolutely lights out in this round, and now it's going to be a 1v2. Exotic does not win that. That was on the mantle. I'm not sure if that was Pharma as well or not, but oh my God, it comes through. Just beautifully done. This one will be Cilantro. He's on the mantle and still manages the gun. Exotic there up close with the M4A1. A beautiful play off the back end of the bomb being taken from Pharma, takes it right to the A site, drops it immediately, and will secure the round with a setup. Now 2-0 up will be Team 6.
And everybody here, Pharma especially, just playing out of their goddamn minds right now. Pharma 4-1, easily most kills in the lobby at the moment. Like you said, just lights out. And now 6 back on this defense. It looks like some of these nades are going to connect as well. So 47 does have to think twice before jumping over that ridge. And what we can see that he doesn't is if he does, he's going to run into so many people.
Smoke going to go out for 47. Might leave a chance to make a move, but oh, I love this play that's coming through right now. A is only going to be defended by one player. It's going to be Flawless, and he's going to find out real quick that, oh, they're coming on in, and Royalty finds the kill before Flawless can get anything done. So they will now make the rotation over, but with the loss of already a couple of members, it's only going to be up to 3 to see if they can play for a retake. Bomb is planted. Goodnight loses his one-on-one gunfight. So does Cilantro, and well, that's an ace that ends up coming through here. Flawless round for Saga. They make the late push and the call to go towards A, and it just pays off beautifully for them here.
And it's still, we're still not on red alert yet. If you are a 6 fan, they again attack favored so far on this map here in Search and Destroy. So if you lose out on the offense, or if you lose out on the defense, excuse me, it isn't too big of a deal. The big thing here is that 6 managed to sneak a defensive win here. So as long as they keep going back and forth, and 6 keeps winning these offenses, 6 can still very well win out here on the second map. But that's all going to be dependent on here, and off to a very bad start. As you see Saga lose 2 people, Exotic wants to make it 3. It looks like Royalty in the background will make it so.
Exotic trying to stay alive somehow, slips away with his life. Cilantro and Hauler now will try and get some work done in this 2v3 situation. Exotic is going to push up pretty aggressively. This bomb has not been taken, so I have to imagine the comms got to be a little bit frustrating, and no one wants to be the bomb carrier. And Exotic's like, well, if you guys are going to grab the bomb, I'm just going to camp the bomb, guys, and it's going to make it pretty easy, and he doesn't even need to work for those kills because his teammates get the job done. So you got to figure something out here, Team 6. Someone's got to grab the bomb for you at the very least, because it's not necessarily costing you the round in that specific scenario, but I mean, if you get to the the final moments of the round and you don't have the bomb, like, you're not going to be able to win it regardless. So someone's got to dedicate themselves to it, and if they don't find out soon, Saga's going to start to mount this comeback like they've been doing in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, I was going to say, now I'm starting to sweat a little bit on the behalf of 6 here. Losing 2 in a row like that, not a good start. Could easily be the start of some serious momentum gain from Saga. You're seeing Diamond Con, people like Royalty really starting to pick it up. Royalty first blood onto Pharma. 6, once again, not off to a hot start here.
Goodnight does find Royalty. Trades coming in for us, and now Hauler responds with the kill on a 47. Exotic gets the top, creates control, finds one, is looking for the second as he knows one's nearby, and Goodnight, unfortunately, won't be able to get the gun up as he expected the plant to go down. So Hauler with a kill on the round now needs to work through a 1v3 situation where Hardpoint might even decide to challenge this out. It's just the sub. There is a nade and as well as Dead Silence available. He has the bomb at the very least, but he is just pinched in from every single angle. Saga going to read that perfectly as they take 3 rounds straight.
And man, the momentum really seems like it's swinging in Saga's favor. Everybody is turning it up at the moment. You're seeing kills all across the board here from members of Saga, and it's getting a lot tougher now. I think you're starting to sweat if you're Team 6. But like you said, they really got to get it together, and I think they got to try and mix it up a little bit here. Of course, you always want to try and go for that potential B plant just because you have so much natural cover in those crates, but like, it's really not working here, and it looks like they've heard my askings because they're going to take the bomb towards that A site.
I do like this. I mean, I think it's really good to make it one dedicated push towards the A site. That's so unpopular, and now Flawless does find Exotic for that first blood bomb. It's going to be down. Diamondcon answers back with the kill, but it's going to be Evan who's going to give his team the man advantage. So 47 Kush Point in Diamondcon. They got to work through kills, and well, they're going to have to do it fairly quickly. Smoke is down. 47 challenges out. We'll find one, but Evan from the back will take down 47, and now Kush Point is in P2. Doesn't stand a chance, loses his gunfight with ease, and now 6 answer back, and finally will stop a bit of this momentum from Saga.
Yeah, and I love that little BM from Holler. Knife to the back just to help secure that round. So it looks like 6 are in it, and yeah, it's really good, especially on this map, to try and make like a really unorthodox play at least one time, because at the end of the day, they're not expecting it. Everybody tries to plant B for the reasons that we've already stated. So now that's a good way for 6 to sneak around and kind of stop the momentum Saga have built up for themselves. Now Saga back on the offense. It looks like they aren't changing anything here, not trying to reinvent the wheel, and it looks like it's working out just fine for the most part. Even though they lose Exotic, Saga have picked up 2, but Flawless Slayer in the background manages to even it out here.
Diamondcon needs to drop this bomb. Is going to try and get this down in the 1v situation, and well,
got him.
Will be easily taken from the back. Everyone just dealt with. 6 run through that round with a lot of aggression, and Pharma, who we mentioned is one of the big players to watch out for here in the Search and Destroys, is starting to bring a bit of that heat. We'll see back-to-back rounds come through, and 6 will take the lead just by 1 round for ourselves, and they're going to head back over towards the offensive attacking side. Last push came in towards A, and now this might mean that an extra player from Saga might be dedicated over to watching this hit.
And see, that's the thing. As soon as you try something unorthodox like that, they kind of split their forces because they can't let something like that happen again. And that's why 6 aren't hesitating here. They go for the trade early on, but I think that's going to be a rush plant here.
All the nades, they're just going to come into the feed 3 in a row, and 47 Royalty grabbed the last couple of them. Will result in 47 going down from Cilantro. Exotic from the side, and Green can't finish off the kill in the 2v2, and Kush Point will find Flawless. So it's all up to Cilantro. He has the bomb, and he has to try and take a gunfight on one side of the map. He takes it over to Kush Point, but Kush Point finishes off the last 2, brings it home. Will secure round number 8 for his squad. As you see him do a bit of a dance and take Cilantro down. 4-4 will be the score.
And honestly, I gotta say, I still like the approach 6 made there. It didn't play out the way they wanted it to, but because Saga had to force somebody over to that, or an extra person rather, to that A site, it means that, well, 6 had the opportunity to try and rush and overwhelm the forces of Saga on that B site. Unfortunately, a little slow on the approach, lost too many people on entry, doesn't work out, but here we go, round 9, Royalty. Man. First blood and second blood too, so not a great start for 6, but Saga, oh, they're feeling peachy keen.
Royalty with 3, man.
Wait,
this
what?
guy is just running through everybody on 6 in this round number 9, and now that the bomb goes through, Good Night will at least find Exotic. Cilantro does take down 47, so looking to salvage the round, but now up to Good Night in the 1v3 situation. Royalty looking to try and actually find him, and he does hear him at the last second. But Royalty snaps onto the head, brings it home, finds 4 to secure it all. Saga now will pull ahead 5-4 off the back end of Royalty, just running and gunning and just absolutely blowing through every single member.
Oh, it's just disgusting. Visions, 4 kills in that 1 round alone to give his squad the win. And there you go. That's map point here for Saga. And we already talked about, we can't highlight enough how crucial the second round has been all throughout the day for pretty much every team that has lost. If 6 can't win this one out, they are very likely to just get dominated in Domination. And you can see it's not looking so good here in round 10. Saw Exotic again, first and second blood. And third?
Oh,
are you serious?
Exotic. Oh my God. Royalty finds it, and now a 1v5 situation for Pharma, as it will be a kill on a 47 there. And this does not even matter. They just run him down. They hunt him down. And now Saga will pull ahead in the series beatdown 2-0. It was looking so good for Team 6. They made the adaptation halfway through, but it just was really not enough in the end. As you see the wall bang of all things from Kush Point just tracking in the vents. brings home the kill once again in the final kill cam. But boy, oh boy, tough pill to swallow for them, as they're going to have to now bounce back in this map number 3.
And it's like the first round. Like, these are by no means stomps here from Saga. 6 are definitely in the game here. It's just these small mistakes. The fact that this roster, like you said, is so individually talented on the side of Saga, it just gives them that X factor, that little edge over 6. And then now that we saw this round here, where it seemed like it was neck and neck, back and forth, for Saga to win 2 rounds like that, I gotta ask you, how do you beat that? What do you do when it seems like you have that advantage? And they just like, okay, we're just going to turn it up. It's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, how do you really beat it when it's just, the combination of what was, really royalty in those last couple of rounds, just doing it all himself, right? Like, it's just like trades are not effectively coming through. Either the players aren't playing close enough together to play for the effective trade, or they're just simply, again, not winning out on the gunfight for the trade itself. So it's really a tough scene overall. I mean, I think there was just a point in time where this veteranship lineup that has played Call of Duty for such a long time realized, all right, they're giving us a lot of map control here. They're giving us a lot of opening on these rush routes, and Royalty obviously was the first one to pick up on that, and he just started making some of those routes work as he opened up with that round number 9, I think it was, with 4 out of the 5 kills, and he found 3 all back to back within a span of like 15 seconds. So when you're allowing that to happen to you in Search and Destroy, I mean, it makes it pretty easy for you to be able to play off of that and secure the rounds. So just a tough scenes, I think, this not playing close enough and not finding those trades in the search. And we go to this Dom where I believe it is St. Petro, and it will be St. Petro. Looks like we hop into it fairly quickly for us. And, well, this is not the easiest map to be able to master, play, and win for yourself, especially with a team that might be unfamiliar, does not have a whole lot of practice. We'll see if they can do it nonetheless. It's a good start with a couple of kills. 3 end up coming through. The favorite side is here for 6. So that is the big takeaway. And they do throw themselves on top of this B flag just about right away, where they'll look to see if they can secure it early.
Damn, Visions, I think you said it in Northern Rivals too. You're either really good at St. Petrograd, Dom, or you're really bad at it. And for 6's sake, I hope it's the former. Off to a pretty hot start here. They're going to have the double cap going for them so far. Have pretty good control of actually the building on Saga's side of the courtyard. I really like this, but unfortunately it's left the backside left their home flag open. As you can see, DiamondCon and Exotic are back there just holding on. They're actually going to get the neutral. No, they weren't able to neutralize it. Actually, that's interesting. I guess he saw the shots from Flawless coming in, and DiamondCon would rather play out his life here and try to see if he can turn and burn on somebody.
Yeah, this was definitely a misplay. I think he just hopped at the flag a second too early and didn't realize. But DiamondCon will make his way towards top hazmat. Tom Cilantro finds 3 in the middle. Goodnight finds DiamondCon. So now they've dealt with the players that overextended and try to get the early flip. This is a really good spot to be in, because look at this restaurant control that's happening right here from Tom himself. Cilantro's on an 8 spree. He actually has not even died, and he's playing in and out of all of these spots within top and bottom restaurants. So it's just making it so difficult for you to control any parts of the middle of the map, because your ARs need to get up here in order to dictate some of the pacing and allow your subs to push up. So as long as Cilantro holds this and stays alive, they are just not going to have any control here around this B bomb, or rather around this B flag.
It's so expertly done right now. You see 47 in the background trying to get the kill. Unfortunately, oh my god, the nasty snap from Tom. Unfortunately, the knife was not good, and they finally lose control of that restaurant here, which is so important for Saga if they want that control over the B bomb site here. DiamondCon is going to be able to get that kill in the background, is going to take over this area in the back courtyard here. He sees somebody out. The shots are good, and this is really important here. This could be the start of a resurgence here for Saga. They just got to cap that B flag, but unfortunately, they lose DiamondCon in the process here. So they're going to go try for an AC cap potentially.
This is just a beautiful read from Royalty. He reads the spawns by P1 and will get that neutral off. Everyone does backtrack from 6 to be able to get themselves the favorite side at the C flag, so they do secure that. At the same time, they grab themselves B. So 2 flags back in control for 6, and Saga now have to try and work their way through the middle of the map. Unfortunately for DiamondCon, has to slip away, and Haller will get the best of them because of that. And we look back towards the middle of the map here. 4 members go down. Haller finds himself a double, and this is just going to leave a bit of room for your subs to move in. Royalty tries to slip away, somehow manages to, as he now tries to resurface back in towards the middle, but Farm is sitting there waiting for him by Lion, takes him down. So you lose main map control. You don't have a whole lot of control over towards the right side, where 47 is fighting for it with his life, and you're coming into what looks to be about a 30-point lead. So this is actually a really good start for Team 6 heading in towards this third map.
Yeah, that it is. Still, they're on the, if I'm correct, they're on the favored side here on St. Petrograd. So this is what you want them to, this is how well you want them to be doing in that first round. But still, to be able to secure a 26-point lead currently is so big right now when we have all but counted them out from this point forward after losing the first two maps the way that they did here. But they are still most certainly in this one. Finally, we're going to see a potential double cap here from Saga for quite literally the first time here after a nice kill from, or a nice assist from Exotic. The rest of Saga seem like they are finally in control. And yeah, that's going to be the double cap.
Exotic just absolutely beamed Hauler out the back of the flower shop from the tunnel, and that allows them to be able to get into Hazmat, do everything they're doing as you see it, and Flawless finds a couple of big kills to make sure they can try to get themselves control back out. He'll go right towards the ambulance and get himself on top, and he locks down the power position over to side water. Looks for another one, does manage to find the shots, but 47 over the top will bring it home. B still coming over, and now look at the flip of the spawns here. Player number 8 and player 7 will actually get all these spawns in. It's going to be all up to Evan, who's by the flower shop to try and defend C all by himself. It's not going to be easy, but he does land some tags in towards Cushpoint, who gets himself back on towards the C flag. A is going to be secured. It's just the last 20 seconds, so you're playing for every possible tick you can get, and now that Hauler has went down, C will be captured. We'll see maybe one last push towards B to see if they can end up getting the neutral, which they will, and it's just a 50-50 battle that will go the way of Saga off the bat. So they stop just a bit of this cushion that comes through, a couple extra ticks come in, but still a really good side that ends up coming through for the side of Team 6, as they will have the lead heading in towards side 2.
Team 6 seemed like a men possessed right now. They are absolutely in control so far here, and the best we've seen from Saga, who are your favorites going into this, are just stemming the bleeding. Because at this point, it's like you said, they're just trying to reduce the cushion that 6 has going into this next round. They definitely have. We're just looking at only 23 points down here. This is definitely winnable and is within the realm of possibility. But we're going to see how this next round plays. This time, Saga are on the favored side. So maybe this is enough for them to catch up and actually win it out here on potentially the final map here. Because again, this is match point here for Team Saga.
It's a big trade from Cilantro, who had himself a real hot start. I mean, you can remember he went on the 8 or 9 spree, but has actually slowed down quite a bit since then. Need to see maybe another streaky play from him if they're going to be able to play for a flip or play for mid-map control, but just a little bit of a stalemate. And as long as the stalemate remains active, this is actually really good news for Team 6. And that will be the first push over towards the B flag. You might see a hit come through from up top. Cushpoint finds 2. 47 finds 2, and that's going to be 4 members down. Cushpoint finds 3. 47 and Cushpoint here. Players from the Call of Duty collegiate scene will be able to make the duo action happen in the middle of the map as they secure the entire team white by themselves. And a big kill from Cushpoint as he's remaining on that spree. A slow first start, but brings it back into the second half with a 6 spree, and he looks to keep on going.
And it's just the thing with these players from Team Saga. Every time you think they're out, they just manage to turn it up. We talked about it in the break, and Cushpoint is a shining example of that. And you can see Saga are slowly but surely catching up right now. They still maintain their home flag. They still maintain the B flag and control over that restaurant the same way Team 6 did to them in the previous round. We're seeing Cushpoint still picking up kills in the background here. And I don't even think he's died yet this round.
You might be right. As
there it is.
47 tries to get 2. Won't be able to do so. So finally, a big push that ends up coming in for 6 is through the middle. Everyone together. They clear out top restaurant and bottom restaurant. So a bit of control now going to play into their favor as they'll see if they can actually push through and get rid of all these players from Saga in these very important power positions. Tom's the first one, but he will be cut down as soon as he tries to move. Flawless finds a kill on towards the ambulance here and takes down 1, but they need their subs to be able to push out and win these gunfights. Pharma's really the last one, but the last bullet from 47 will take Pharma down from behind. And we look at that lead. It's really closing. There's still 2 minutes and 45 seconds to play. It's just a 5-point differential for Team 6 still at the moment, but we are starting to see all this control play a factor as they're bringing things back. They have not lost B once so far on this side, and they are playing things beautifully in St. Petro Domination.
And it just continues to be the case here. Exotic gets a nasty snap onto Pharma's head. And again, these players we are highlighting from 6 who we would hope would pop off, like Pharma, like Flawless, and even Evan, But they just aren't here in the second round here. They are getting outgunned, outplanned, out everything. And you can see now Saga, for the first time here on St. Petrograd, have taken the lead. You're going to see some kills finally coming through here for 6, but Royalty always there to answer the trade. Barely makes it out with his life, but he really needs to just bunker down in a corner for a second or two to just catch his breath there. But overall, his teammates in the background happy to pick up the slack, 130 to 116. And look at that. Saga are just taking the lead right now. Not only that, they even have the time to mess with Six's home flag in the background.
Yeah, there was a lot of time there that they had with the triple cap, and that actually ended up just paying off there very, very nicely. Royalty, who has had a bit of a slow start towards this map number 3, will at least get on a couple of kills in a row, but we look at the C flag, it's a bit up in the air. A is also still in the hands of 6, and we saw that spawn that just came over towards the A flag, and 47 is going to have a real big gunfight win as he does find the legs, but Evan will find the dagger in the back, takes him down. So A and B in control, still the unfavored side, but if you can win these gunfights coming in towards the middle of the map here, you might be able to defend it. It will be Cushpoint. He tries to get towards the power position with the assault rifle, should find one from behind, and he does. Looks for the second snap of the trade from Goodnight as he takes the route toward top hazmat. Will be able to lock things down. 143 to 132 can still be won, but you're going to have to hold on towards this the whole way through. You cannot allow any slip-ups around the B flag, but we look at the A flag in towards the back, and this push through might just end up paying off. It's going to have to be Evan who has to win these gunfights, but he has to now split his attention towards the middle where it's going to get neutralized, and now it's just a complete scatter for 6 where they have to run to a flag. They have to get to somewhere, but there's no real time to do so the call will be made to jump on B, but they would need a triple cap to come through right now if they were going to be able to do it, and they are still spawning by the P1 hill, which means that I don't think there's time. It's mathematically impossible, so Team Saga will be able to hold things out. They will win the last Northern Rivals here for Toronto Ultra. 47 will be a 4-time champ as he brings this one home, and well, what an accolade like we talked about earlier, Beatdown.
And once again, Saga bring victory from the jaws of defeat. Again, we start questioning ourselves. Are they going, oh, maybe this is the map that they lose, but they always manage to just clutch up, turn up the heat, and we saw that no better than we did in the second round here. And I got to give so much credit to 6, who honestly played out of their minds in this series, but like they just couldn't stack up. And it's interesting too, because I think part of the reason they had such a good start there on St. Petrograd is the fact that they were able to play their advantage starting on that favorite side, immediately get control of that restaurant, and make it so much harder for Saga's AR players to get up there and have control over the higher parts of that B site. But the problem is, once the sides have flipped, it's so much harder to get on there. And
yeah,
they just never found a way in until it was too late.
Exactly. That was pretty much it. You also saw, what could happen on that map too, where they responded in P1, they started spawn trapping, they got the triple cap, all those things just played into a factor. Like that's best case scenario when you were on the good side, is putting them in that spawn trap at P1 where you can just barely breathe and make it out of your own spawn before you're right back there. So that was just a really good performance, a great bounce back after the first side of that domination there for the side of Saga. And yeah, they bring things home. I'm pretty sure every single time that Royalty and Exotic have also played in these tournaments, which has been 3 out of 4, they have won it. And the only time we had not seen it, I believe, was when 47 was with BZ and Haller, and that might have been with Jimbo. Yeah. Maybe even Archives thrown in towards the mix where they had taken that win. But nonetheless, 47 wins every single one, and I'm sure that's got to put a smile on his face for as far as what he was able to do here in the end. And what an end it was. It's been a crazy 4 tournaments. We've gotten to scout out a lot of talent, and I know Royalty doesn't pop off in that map number 3, but I mean, we got to see it on multiple occasions, throughout a lot of these maps today. And if there's any, CDL teams out there watching, Royalty is your pick, my man. That is absolutely, the big takeaway from me. I've gotten to see him rip up the challenger scene. I've gotten to see him now rip up every single Northern Rivals. And I mean, there's just obviously so much talent built in towards the Canadian scene, and well, you get to see it here today.
And I think that's what it is. And like real talk, I got to shout out Toronto Ultra for putting up these tournaments, because honestly, I don't think you could feel any more promise towards the Canadian Call of Duty scene until after all of these tournaments. Because of course, we always want to talk about 47 or Lurid and how him and whoever he's with always win it out. But we've seen so many good players from the Canadian scene manage to come out to these tournaments, manage to play really, really well, even if they don't win it out. So I think that just bodes really well for Canadian Call of Duty, especially if you're a fan.
Yeah, especially if you're a fan. But couple last shout outs, like Beatdown said, Toronto Ultra for putting them on, Martin Olms for also being a big factor in making sure that these did end up happening, right? Like it's all stemmed from him, telling us and telling everybody, within the scene, like, let's try and make something happen for the up and coming amateurs, give them some light. That's exactly what, a lot of this was meant for here, as well as putting on a great time, putting on a great show here for everyone at home. So I want to say thank you very much for watching these guys. And for everyone in the background, you guys don't get to see their faces, but Brother Jammer, of course, doing all the observing. We got Kay as well as Dean that are doing some of the production and are always talking in our ear. The guys that don't get all the praise because they're not on camera, but are definitely doing a lot of the work that you don't see. And one last shout out to Martin as well as Toronto Ultra. It's been an absolute blast doing these here for you guys, but this will be the final sign off here for the season. Maybe we'll get more heading in towards the new game coming through for Treyarch, but only time will tell. So as always, thanks for watching, and we will hopefully see you guys on the next one.
Trying to convince me the therapy working. Stay ahead of everybody but can't see further. $3 before I'm out of money. Running on yellow water and plenty rhyming. Funny, making a scene, making a soapy opera. Running, slime water, slide a domination, stay down. No parents babysitting at the playground. Trying to make it out the city in a Greyhound. Looking out the difficult to hold your bed down. Told me get a grip, but the world keeps swirling. Lately been making sure that my hurt is heard of. Doctor trying to convince me the therapy working. Stay ahead of everybody but can't see further. $3 before I'm out of money. Running on yellow water and plenty rhyming. Funny, making a scene, making a soapy opera. Running, slime water, slide a domination, stay down. No parents babysitting at the playground. Trying to make it out the city in a Greyhound. Looking out the difficult to hold your bed down. Told me get a grip, but the world keeps swirling. Lately been making sure that my hurt is heard of. Doctor trying to convince me the therapy working. Stay ahead of everybody but can't see further. $3 before I'm out of money. Running on yellow water and plenty rhyming. Funny, making a scene, making a soapy opera. Running, slime water, slide a domination, stay down. No parents babysitting at the playground. Trying to make it out the city in a Greyhound. Looking out the difficult to hold your bed down. Told me get a grip, but the world keeps swirling. Lately been making sure that my hurt is heard of. Doctor trying to convince me the therapy working. Stay ahead of everybody but can't see further. $3 before I'm out of money. Running on yellow water and plenty rhyming. Funny, making a scene, making a soapy opera. Running, slime water, slide a domination, stay down. No parents babysitting at the playground. Trying to make it out the city in a Greyhound. Looking out the difficult to hold your bed down. Told me get a grip, but the world keeps swirling. Lately been making sure that my hurt is heard of. Doctor trying to convince me the therapy working. Hey yo, Boogo, what you doing? Looking for acceptance. I need love as much as the next man. Out of breath, I'm caving my chest in. This life is a testament. I don't walk like no regular pedestrian. I know I'm the shit, no I'm the best man. Got a girl, I'm lucky she also